Hi everyone, welcome in. Happy Friday. I hope y'all had a really nice week, and I'm really thankful to see you all in chat. Thank you all so much. Let me start at the top and just say hi to everybody. Hi Andrew. And hi Invisible Man. Thank you so much. What a sweet way to start off the stream there.
Woo.
The most unenthusiastic woo ever, but it should be very enthusiastic. Thank you so much for 2 months. I really appreciate it. Happy 2-year anniversary with the Force fam. If you'd like to get a sticker in the mail, feel free to check out the sticker form if you'd like. Thank you again, all the hype and love and chat for the 2 months. And hi, I'm here to dance. And just want to give a shout out to Andrew. He's part of Club Tortimer with me, and I really enjoyed hanging out in his Animal Crossing and Stardew stream earlier. Thanks for being here. And Annie, thank you too for being here. Great to see you all. And hi Rhinestone. Great to see you, Rhinestone, with those Digby cozies. And hi Ian and Offooey. And hi Robin Fee. And Wanderlust. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for checking out the VODs. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I should start a little with what I plan to do today. This is my building town, my like blank slate. You know, like nothing here, not ever gonna be an actual island. It's just like a blank slate town to have fun building things. Which is kind of fun because sometimes, you know, I have like little daydreams of stuff that would be cool, but they don't really like work out into my actual towns. So just for the uwoos, I have it on like Mount Rainier in autumn. This is the Mount Rainier build, but I'm actually probably gonna start building from somewhere way farther away from the map. But yeah, this is our previous build all finished in an autumn. Last time it was in the summertime that you saw it, probably. And hi, Brony and Jules. Yeah, happy Friday. I'm excited because, well, today is a sort of Thursday for me with my work week. Tomorrow is my last day at work before I get like a day off, so I'm excited. And hi, Yuki, and hi, Iris. Great to see you all. And hi, Worm Club. This will be the perfect stream to work my fairy park to. Ah, that sounds really lovely and whimsical, a fairy park. I'd love to see it when you're done. I'm gonna finally delete this bridge. There's been like this bridge on my island ever since the beginning of the game when Tom Nook like makes you build a bridge. And I still have not demolished it, so I'm gonna do that real quick while checking up with you all. Good luck with your Fallout 4 build, Robin Fee. I always have to think very closely about this dialogue. It's very tricky. Even the demolish something dialogue is very tricky. This will really trip you up if you don't pay attention to it. Ah, Venus, thank you. Oh,
I can't believe it's been 10 months already. Here's to many more fours, one cozy fours, one heart of fours, one wow.
oh, thank you so much, Venus. I can't believe it either, and I have so much love and appreciation for the friendship we've formed over that amount of time. So glad we found each other on Twitch. It's just a testament to the great connections you can make on the platform. I love you so much, Venus. Thank you so much for 10 months of support and for all that you do, and always love chatting with you. Venus is a streamer friend of mine, and it's always sometimes those relationships can be really special. Give a little shout out to you. This is the dialogue that, like, okay, you bet I am. You bet I am. All right. There's like this clip on my channel of me like selecting the wrong dialogue like 10 times, or more like 3 times, but I still wanna think closely about this. Yes, see, you see how that's tricky? The first option is to cancel the demolishment, but we did it, we made it. Starting off the stream well. And hi Caroline and Jennifer and Colorful Cookie Crunch. Hi Pylite. Oh, and thanks for all the hype and love and chat. And pardon the bot commands being in italics. I need to fix that later. Remember how the bot commands used to be like different colors? Like now they're like in italics and I don't like it. So I'm gonna go and remove that later. Alright, so I guess in order to finalize that demolishment, we'll go for today. The VODs have been such a nice vibe. Oh, thank you, Wanderlust. I love your username, by the way. Do you want me to call you that, or do you want me to call you Rhiannon at the end? Feel free to, or maybe even Rhea. But no pressure. Oh, and hi, Allie. Fall weeds are so lovely. They are. Do y'all have a favorite type of weed? Like, I'm talking about, you know, like which one's the most aesthetic in Animal Crossing. Do you like the, personally, I really like the March weeds that I have over in Bywater, if you all know what I'm talking about. Those are like my big fave. Ooh-woos intensify. And hi, Dark Knight. And let's scroll on down here and change the time. If I can find the time. There we go. But yeah, I guess I just have it on the little screen right now because it's not really special time traveling to demolish a bridge. I saw your Pinterest mood board inspo for this build. Can't wait to see what you create. I'll be working on my island too while watching. Ah, good luck with your own building, Iris, and thank you so much. Yeah, this is the mood board for the build, and I'm really excited about it. The Mount Rainier, or you know, the mountain build was pretty much just like, let me try to exactly create this mountain, but you know, this is more like I'll have to make decisions and be a bit more, I don't know, creative in a weird way. Like I'm not just sort of trying to mimic something. I'd like to, you know, come up with a nice build that I'm happy with. Oh no, it's raining! Shoot! Ah, gotta time travel again. I don't like rain. I can't stand that Twitch changed the color commands. I know! I miss it so much. Cornimer bot I felt like was like the perfect shade of like an acorn color, and like to have Cornimer bot's commands like all, you know, all those fortunes. Now it's gonna look like a hot mess when you do your fortune. Gosh, I don't know. A little salty, but we'll survive. Oh, rhinestone. I knew that sounded funny the second I said it. Do y'all have a favorite weed? My favorite weed is definitely autumn weeds, but summer ones are a close second. I wonder if what you mean by the summer weeds, are they the one with the little yellow flowers at the bottom? The yellow flowers? Love the harvest vibes of the fall weeds. Yeah, me too. Sometimes, like, when you put a whole bunch of the fully grown fall weeds close together, it looks like wheat, which you're either going for or you're not. Sometimes I find if you have a bunch of weeds in an area where you're not going for like a wheat field vibe in autumn, like it can look a little bit overwhelming, all those wheat looking things over and over. Rhiannon? Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Rhiannon. Just wanting to practice a little bit there. Wait, is it raining again, or did I just not time travel? I hope I did. I feel dumb. Oh, thank you, Allie. That really means a lot to me. Allie's a really talented decorator themselves. They have such an aesthetic Animal Crossing Instagram. It's called Autumn Weeds. Speaking of weeds, and their shots are so pretty. All right, this has got to be a non-rainy day, right? It's gotta be. Oh, and hi, Targaryen. It's great to see you. How are you this Friday? And hi, Dawn. Sometimes just want to play a flute in the forest and have goat legs. Yeah, I actually plan on making a simple panel at some point that will have a fawn in it playing a flute and sitting on like a tree stump. But I haven't made it yet, you know, that'll take some time to set out some time to make that, but that's gonna be part of this build somewhere. Or at least I'll try to. If it doesn't end up working out, then at least I tried it. But yeah, this whole build is like Afternoon of a Fawn, golds and honey colors, and ruins, and fawns playing harps in the ruins. And there's gonna be a lake involved too. We love Twitch updates. I sense the sarcasm, Hex Andrew. There's so much more stuff they could be updating, like adding a trans tag for trans creators to find each other, addressing like usernames that you can make whatever username you want, even if it's discriminatory, just like the trolling and hate raids and follow bots. There's so much that they could do to focus on, but they chose to take away our colored text. Just wish the summer grass wasn't so green. Yeah, sometimes, I know what you mean, Allie. I go back and look at my old New Horizons photos from like last summer, like when I was just starting off in Athalia, and I'm like, whoa, that is a big green. Like that is what you call a Kelly green. Do you all know Kelly green? That's a certain shade of green that I feel like the summer green really is. Look at me waking up in a forest here. These are for our usage. I got a few different sizes and types. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! I screwed up! You didn't see that! You didn't see that! No! Why did it even let me do that? That's my... That's my complaint with the hacking Switch. Like, I used to do this in New Leaf too, and it wouldn't let you do certain things, but this thing, it just lets you put them anywhere, and it's just like, okay, I guess I should have seen on the grid that that wasn't possible, you know? Darn it. I'm gonna stop by Abel's real quick, though, by the way, to, well, if Twiggy will let me walk over to Abel's. Ah, yeah, so we're still in the introductory phase with Twiggy, and she's giving me a present. I predict... Oh, I was about to say I predict the leaf umbrella, because I remember they always give you a leaf umbrella at the beginning of the game, but no, she gave me an outdoor bench. I'll take it. Spring and autumn weeds are my favorite, but honestly love all of them, and so glad they gave us aesthetic weeds in this game compared to the previous entries. Yeah, I did like some of the dandelions and dandelion puffs of previous entries, but they definitely gave the weeds an upgrade. You're working and watching, Targaryen? Kind of a slowish work day, but looking forward to playing Pokemon Snap tonight and going through the maze in Animal Crossing. Ooh, yeah, I've seen everyone playing Pokemon Snap today. Like, I was going through like my Twitch dashboard and I just saw Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Snap. Like, everyone's everyone's playing that today. What do you all think of it, if you like it, or if you've played it? I am a Pokemon fan, but I don't know if Snap would really be my thing, but I'll probably watch some Twitch streamers play it. Like, I'll probably watch it here, and that'll be my experience with Pokemon Snap, is just watching others. I fear a trans tag would attract hate. Oh, yeah, and it is up to the creator whether they would use it or not. I actually used to feel the same way, Invisible Man, and then I just heard overwhelming again and again, like from the trans community, that they want it and that they need it to find each other and support each other, and they already get hate. So, yeah, that's kind of what I heard about that tag. Is that they really want it, and I validate that. So where's the Able Sisters? Ah, it's right next to Nook's. That's where I meant to go, but I figured while I was at Nook's, let me buy some cherries. Yeah, even my river mouth is kind of screwed up, isn't it? Yeah, do you think the floating trees will still be there? Like, hopefully they'll go away, or I'll be able to fix them later. Giving a new meaning to the word treehouse. Oh, thank you for clipping that, Robin Fee. Oh, and hi, Lauren. Thank you so much. Thank you for stopping by. I think I followed you on Twitter. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. And I'm a little nervous about today's build because Mount Rainier, I did a little bit more prep before I did that build, but I think this one will be fun, and it's exactly the sort of whimsical, fantastical build that I have fun with. And ooh, speaking of which, I know just the thing. I'm gonna totally wear this like fairy dress. And Abel's is not doing me any favors though with the hair accessories, so I'll have to skip out on that. What's with the eggshell? Oh, and hi, Winter. Great to see you, Winter. How are you? You missed the dandelions? Yeah. There are certain weeds that kind of look like the dandelions, like some of the weeds that we have kind of have like little yellow things at the bottom that you can't like pick them up and blow them like you used to. Watch this for company when you're working too, Donalicious. Oh no, what happened here? No! What? This is from the bridge I demolished. Anyway, whatever. I have to get used to this thing, like this whole like adjusting your switch thing. I'm so sorry. I think I need to restore like a previous save because, oh, it's letting me. Oh, or no, it's not. No. Bummer, that sucks. Why am I so full of fails and like just random stuff floating around that doesn't make sense? Like, why is this a thing? Your world is falling apart, I know. I have my theories as to why that happened, and maybe I'll learn from that and try to avoid stuff like that happening in the future, but yeah, we're off to a smooth start here. Love a very square pond. Oh, Rhiannon, thank you so much. Thanks for that brand new sub. Welcome on into the Force fam. Can we get the warmest welcome and love and hype and chat for Rhiannon? Thank you so much for the kind words and coming into my stream after watching the VODs. It really means a lot to me when I hear anyone like watches the VODs, and it's been so nice to meet you. I really hope you enjoy the Animal Crossing emotes we have too. Thank you so much, Rhiannon. And hi, Pocham. Welcome in. Do you all want to look at some of the inspiration that I have and some of the game plan together so that we can, I guess, just have full context over what I'm trying to go for? Just so I can ramble a little too and procrastinate a little. But let's go over to the screen where I can show off what my screen looks like. And essentially, the ones that I get the most inspiration from This one, like I'd like to kind of do something like a Stonehenge surrounded by foliage, maybe perched up on a cliff. Too bad we don't have actual Greek columns, but I mean, this looks so dreamy to me. Could totally have fun with maybe some forsythias and other plants around the Stonehenge to try to get that feel. Um, the other one that inspires me a lot, I'm trying to find it because these all kind of blend together a little to some extent. Ah, yes, that's the same sort of thing. Like, I know a Stonehenge is probably going to be a part of my build somewhere, surrounded by foliage. I just love that sort of vibe. Maybe I can incorporate a waterfall into it like this picture has. But that just looks so dreamy to me. But the absolute top most inspiring picture to me, and I might end up modeling the landscape off of this, it's, I guess, this one. I don't know how well you can see it. Let me see if I can even, like, zoom in just so this is a little bit less of a tiny thing on the screen. But yeah, I really like how the ruins, which is going to be Stonehenge, is in the foreground, and then maybe there's like a lake in the background with mountains in the distance. I was actually going to see if I could kind of create that to some extent by creating a mountain line in the distance, a lake in front, and then do like the Stonehenge leafy build where like the forest faun is going to be playing the flute in the foreground. So there's going to be kind of a background, a middle ground, and a foreground. And hopefully just like a really big sweeping landscape. I hope it turns out okay. I also plan on doing some Art Nouveau inspired designs to go with the forest faun, like drawing inspiration from the sort of scenery you see like in the background of Art Nouveau illustrations. So yeah, that's my very whimsical plans. I hope, yeah, needless to say, I hope it meets my wildest dreams and all that. Stonehenge, that's a good basis. Yeah, Stonehenge is one of the classic New Horizons Gulliver items, isn't it? Excited to catch more of your lives and to be subscribed. I feel like I've known you in a different life because you seem so familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Oh, really? That's so interesting. That's really sweet to hear, though. I don't know if anyone's ever said that about me. That's so sweet. I look forward to getting to know you even better as well. And you seem like a kind soul too. Oh, Jay! Wow, great to see you.
14 months. Wishing you the best of luck with today's build, and I hope you are well.
Oh, thank you, Jay. That really means a lot. Jay's another longtime friend. Thank you so much for using your Twitch Prime here and for 14 months of support. Thank you for always being such a kind person in my corner, a great mod. Jay's also like really good with like video type stuff, has given me lots of like video help. And thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, Jay. Thanks for being one of the channel founders as well. Love this concept. Me too, Worm Club. I'm excited about it, but also kind of nervous, not gonna lie. Because like I mentioned with the mountain build that I did previously, like I had a reference image and all I had to do was just kind of recreate it basically. But this one will have more like creative decisions and stuff, but the overall like design and the aesthetic that I'm gonna try to go for, like it really appeals to me a lot. And I think just to go over what I'm doing, not gonna lie, that like mysterious pond or whatever, let's see if I can find it again. This is kind of bursting my bubble a little bit because like what if I freaking need this space, man? Like what the heck? If anyone in the chat like knows this program and has a tip for how to restore things that are weird like that, feel free to let me know. I'd really appreciate it. But what I like to do when I build like a sweeping landscape that has like a foreground, a middle ground, and a background is I like to kind of build up the background a little bit, like maybe build it all the way up to 4 tiers if that's what I plan on doing. And then I like to walk away from it to see like what's the farthest away I can stand from this and still see it. And that gives me like a blueprint for how to distance myself from the build. If that makes sense. I actually got a comment in regards to like this Mount Rainier. Someone asked me like, how many spaces did you put between the mountain and the cliff? Like sometimes that's important info because you have to be a certain space away in order for it to have the effect that you want. And I guess that's what I'm going to try to establish this stream is like how far away do I need to be? Do a little bit of the terraforming and stuff. Looks like Ireland, but with more mountains. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the inspo. Apparently, like a lot of those paintings were by like famous American painters. Let me see if I can pull up a name. I took like art history when I was in school, and you learn sometimes about like these American painters that were like starting a new tradition that was separate from like the Europe painters. Yeah, Thomas Gainsborough I think was one of them. I have like a lot of his paintings in my mood board. Oh really? Pogman? Really? I'm the first person who said your name right the first try? Oh. I feel like I might have said it. Did I say it differently the second time? Just out of sheer nervousness. But thank you so much. And love Finteca, thank you so much for the lurk. And hi Rakia. You're stuffing your face right now, Rhinestone. Aw, that sounds good. I had some DoorDash earlier, and it was like a veggie burger that had like mushrooms and cheese in it. It was pretty good. I was really hungry when I got home from work. I love that path of the mountains, so pretty. Oh, thank you, Jay. I really liked how it turned out too, and it's so great to see you too. What have you been up to lately, Jay? What have you been busy like with school or work or a combination? And Chevy, no, you're not late. We actually just kind of got started to some extent. I had a feeling this would be a very terraforming heavy stream. I do like to kind of record the entire process of like terraforming and stuff because my thought process is that maybe I could like edit these later into speed builds. So I like to have the full like beginning, middle, end of these builds. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Jennifer. Just shoved my face with a bunch of samosas. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. That sounds good. It's a Friday night, so it's a tradition for me sometimes to like eat out some on the weekends. Maybe soon enough we'll be able to eat out more comfortably, like at real restaurants and not do DoorDash, but it's almost second nature for me now to just avoid restaurants and avoid all this stuff. I wonder how long it'll take for me to like go all the way back to some of my old habits and things like that. It's gonna be an interesting process, but here in the US we're turning a corner, but it's not like, you know, we're totally in the clear, so I guess it makes sense to still be cautious. Alright, so I'm gonna keep building a bit more because I want to see if I can build the cliff upwards. I'll be honest, I don't know what samosas are. I'm gonna Google it real quick so I learned something this stream and I'm not like uncultured. Ooh, they look good. Oh my gosh, I'm jealous. You're juggling a lot of college prep stuff and it's left you really burned out. Only a month left until I graduate though. Ah, congratulations, Jay. I hope you tell us like when you graduate, if you're up for it, so we can all wish you a congratulations and good luck with the next stage of your life. How have things been for you? Things have been pretty good, especially like lately, like the past few weeks. I've been just having a lot of fun, like diving into this new like building idea. I made a lot of progress like on some of my pathing and bywater, so Animal Crossing just continues to be the perfect creative outlet for me, I guess. Finding joy through creating things in Animal Crossing. I'm the type of person though where I just get joy from creating things in general. Like I think Animal Crossing just really appeals to me in that way, but like I think if it wasn't Animal Crossing it would probably be something else. And I also just like experiencing other creations. I'm a big artsy fartsy person, I guess. I love just reading and watching shows, listening to music. Helps make life bearable. Oh, and good luck with healing from your second dose, Rakia. Can't stop that calculus grind. Oh no, you're doing calculus while sick, Rakia. But I hope you feel better soon. I think usually those side effects just last like a day or so. Not too long. Oh, congratulations, Robin Fee. Happy to hear about more and more vaccinations. I really miss going to the movies, but I still don't see myself going anytime soon, even though I'm getting my second shot in a few days. Yeah, we're gonna have to like recondition ourselves and ease back into feeling safe doing things like that, I guess. I am pretty much like fully vaccinated now, so I do feel like a lot more comfortable and protected. You know, I know the stats around how protected you are once you're like fully vaccinated, so I feel pretty good about that. Oh, Winter, I'm sorry to hear about that. I really feel you. I had some bad anxiety yesterday. Best of luck and recovering, and you're amazing, Winter. We all love you and feel better soon. Oh, and hi, Thunder. How's it going today, Thunder? Getting my vaccine tomorrow. It'll be weird to think about not wearing a mask. Feel like I'll probably be wearing mine for a while. Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with masks in some ways, because I kind of like in some ways that it like covers up half my face. I can just kind of like have a grumpy expression and no one can tell, and I can just be like undercover, like. But on the other hand, like, I do have to wear it like my full shift, so like 8 hours, it can be like, oh, you know, you're getting sweaty under there, so maybe it'll feel nice whenever those restrictions are lifted. But I work for a place that's had the mask restrictions before they even started doing those like on the state level, so mine will probably be like the last to ever like pull those restrictions. I'll probably be wearing mine for a while too at work, and it's just a great idea while we're still easing into recovery and while there's still a whole lot of unvaccinated people. It's just continue to wear your mask. You're getting pizza tonight, Rakia? There's been some jokes about Force Fam Friday night pizza. Feels like in chat we're always talking about pizza on Friday nights, but I broke the trend. I had a mushroom and cheese veggie burger. Such a mouthful. It was really good though. It was from Shake Shack. Have any of you ever been to like Shake Shack? I don't put makeup on the bottom half of my face anymore. Yeah, honestly, I think there were a few times I tried to wear makeup with like a mask on throughout my shift, and I think it like really, having the mask on over it the whole time like really did a number on it anyways. So yeah, I definitely just haven't really been wearing makeup in general, and I'm not a big wear makeup to work person since I have to work at like 5 a.m. and I don't have to look nice at my job. Yeah, definitely Shivy. They definitely still recommend that you continue to wear one, at least, you know, in public gatherings and around unvaccinated people. So you're doing the right thing. But yeah, it is a habit like we've all been talking about, and um, I still feel weird about the idea of like going to an actual restaurant and stuff. I'm doing pretty good, Thunder. We're getting started on a new build today, so I'm excited to be tackling that. A little nervous too. If anyone wants to see like the mood board or the inspiration for what we're going to be going for, it's !build to pull up that command. And right now we're building up the cliffs that are going to be in the background of the build. Definitely relate to needing that creative outlet. Been carrying around a small sketchbook with me the past few months, and it makes me feel good to doodle. Oh, that's great. I used to be such a doodler when I was growing up. I'm glad you have that creative outlet too, Jay. I like Shake Shack, but I haven't had their veggie burger. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a little interesting. It's really cheesy. Like, basically it's a cheese stuffed veggie burger. Shake Shack's milkshakes. I know, they're so good. I was so tempted, but I was like, I should stay away from the milkshake. But they have some really great flavors for their shakes. We have a Shake Shack in New York too. I'm a vegetarian, so haven't had any of their burgers and never tried their veggie, but maybe soon. Yeah, I don't really, I'm not a complete vegetarian, but I don't really like eat a lot of beef. I usually have veggie burgers. I genuinely like prefer and like veggie burgers a lot. I even like, I don't really like the Beyond Meat ones as much because they like taste too much like the regular burgers. I like that like beanie taste, like taking a bite out of something and be like, I taste all those beans in there. Kind of weird. I really like veggie burgers. Steak and Shake. It's a really similar name, but I think they're a little bit different, and I think Shake Shack is a bit more fast foody. Bringing back memories with the Steak and Shake though, Jay. I used to sometimes go to those with my family, like on road trips and stuff. Yeah, I love milkshakes. I haven't had one in a hot minute. Red Robin has some pretty good ones too. Ah, you feel the same way about the Beyond Meat Worm Club? Yeah, I have trouble. I mean, I'll eat it in a pinch or whatever, but it's not my favorite. Oh, and hey, Am! Welcome in. How was your Friday? How's the, like, audio levels, by the way? Can you hear the, you know, lo-fi that I have on in an adequate way, but it's like a good level? I wonder if this is starting to be good enough to where I could start to build the other levels and try to like see how far away I can stand from the build and still be able to see everything. Oh my gosh, Steak and Shake and Cracker Barrel were always the road trip restaurants for your family. You too, Jay. Yeah, Cracker Barrel I was not a big fan of personally. I think we've even talked about it on stream before, and a lot of people think it's a travesty that I don't like Cracker Barrel, and then I'm a, you know, failure of a southerner or whatever, because I am from the South, but I don't like Cracker Barrel at all. I'm not really a big breakfast food person. I don't like to just have like pancakes for dinner and stuff, but I'll have it if I have to. You've been going to bed earlier? That's good. And yeah, I'm sorry for the later streams. I had to kind of prep for the stream, and it's kind of funny because like I failed at my prep and caused all these problems. Like I think I have, you know, floating trees by my house. I have like a glitchy pond. I tried to prep and give myself some of the items that I would need for the build and whatnot, but also caused some chaos in the process. And my Friday's been pretty good. I had work earlier today, my book stocking job, and for once, like I'm actually like kind of lowering my table. Like normally, I have to make my book table really high to get like all the books on it, but this time I'm actually lowering it a little, and because I had like a lot of books pulled off the table, and it feels really good to have a more manageable height and make it all like nice and neat and low. So I was happy about that. Yeah, that's the sort of the news of my life is book table shenanigans, and Animal Crossing is my escapism. Oh, I'm glad you feel the same, Robin Fee. Feel validated. Never been to Cracker Barrel? Yeah, their whole strategy, they just like perch themselves next to like highways and stuff. Like they don't even try to be like a local dining type place where you like just go locally. They pretty much just, their whole strategy is like perched on the side of the road for road trips, and they have like really nice bathrooms. They have like a big I guess place where you buy souvenirs and snacks for the road and stuff. Like gotta give it to them for an interesting marketing strategy. Trying to come up with a new Twitter at. Ah, Shivy, isn't your current Twitter like Catacombs or something off of your favorite Avatar, The Last Airbender episode? Ah, thank you for the feedback on the audio, Lolita. I like to check sometimes because I have been told at times that the background audio is too loud, and sometimes I have a hard time telling by like the bars at the bottom. I'm a vegetarian, and my favorite veggie burger is the Wonder Burger from Aldi. I don't know if it's available in the US or only in Europe. Ah, thanks for the recommendation. I've never been to Aldi, but I've definitely heard of it. Eating at Cracker Barrel is always a sensory overload with their decorations, but I always associate it with exciting road trips, so maybe that's why I like it. True. People, you know, look forward to their little Cracker Barrel road stop, I think. I remember when I used to eat there, like for the road trip thing, they used to always have like these puzzles on the table, and I'd have fun like doing the puzzles. I guess that's one positive I have for it. Oh, you have one in France now, Thunder? Yeah, we were talking about milkshakes earlier, and all the good places you can get milkshakes. Well, good luck coming up with your new Twitter at Shivy. I sympathize. I'm pretty much just a forced life on everything, and if you try to ask me to come up with some other sort of aesthetic username, like, I don't know how y'all do it. I just like being a forced life on everything. All of this is gibberish to me because of being British. Y'all don't have steak and shakes over there, Em? Y'all don't have Cracker Barrels over there? Oh, and hi, nice to meet you, Sydney. Thanks for dropping by, and hopefully we can start at least doing bulk terraforming on some higher levels soon. I think I might have built this up high enough. I finally sewn a straight stitch on my new sewing machine after tinkering with it for so long. Oh, congratulations. Colorful Cookie Crunch. I'm sure that's really exciting. Don't have a lot of sewing experience myself, which I think is regretful. I think it's good to be able to know some basic things like that, but I never took like a sewing class. Oh, really, Jay? I struggle a lot with parking lots. Like, I can sometimes get lost, like, trying to, like, enter and leave them. Like, I don't know. My sense of direction isn't the greatest. Oh, thanks for checking out the build, Sydney. Definitely a good idea to see what the end result is hopefully going to be inspired by, since right now we're just bulk terraforming, but I hope it turns out well. American parking lots give me anxiety. Ah, how so, Jules? How's it different from, like, Canadian parking lots? Yeah, let's hop up to this level now and see if we can start building it up over here. Ooh, yeah, this is probably enough space. And yeah, I'm gonna impede on the Mount Rainier build probably pretty heavily, because I want to make sure I have enough room for the build I'm about to work on, but part of me couldn't resist, if I could, leaving the mountain build up for just a teeny bit longer before I erase it, because we can wander over here and experience some serotonin whenever we want. Need like a nice little wander through the flowers break, we can do so. And I still need to finish the simple panels more, the simple panels that go with the mountain. American drivers are just so angry compared to Canadians. Oh, the nice Canadian stereotype. Isn't that a stereotype, Jules? We let people in and wave. Americans just honk at me. Yeah, we're always in a hurry to get everywhere, I guess. I'm the person who parks away from everyone at the edge of the parking lot. I always get scared my big minivan is not enough to fit in between cars. That's funny. I have like a little car, so I actually do, like if there's like a miniature space somewhere, like I try to snag the miniature space. It's a true stereotype. The nice Canadians. You are nice, Jules. Alright, so I'm thinking that this might end up being like 4 tiers. I'm gonna get my little Pinterest tab open so I can soak up all the inspiration as I'm doing this. Like, how tall should I make the mountains? It's kind of ironic that, like, even though I'm not designing a single mountain this time, I am designing something that I hope will kind of look like fluffy mountains in the background, like, particularly like with lots of trees on them and stuff. Oh, and hi Kid Kat, welcome in. How are you today? How's your Friday going? Oh, I didn't know you were Canadian, Invisible Man. True, there's exceptions to every rule. Just like how, you know, lots of stereotypes about like Southerners, for example, that sometimes I feel, I don't know, self-conscious about when people know that you're from there. But I like to think that I don't really match up with a lot of the Southern stereotypes. Oh, I forgot to take off my shoes, by the way. I'm getting kind of a kick out of the whole like hiking shoes and like fairy dress look here. Oh, I got so caught up in like deleting that bridge that I forgot to go and change out of my shoes. Oh, why does your hand hurt, you think? I'm sorry about that, Kid Cat. Hope it feels better soon. So this is still just like tier 2, I think. Or I guess I'm building up tier 3. I'm really hoping that what I can achieve is like seeing like the mountain range and all the trees in the background, and then having like the lake in the middle, but then still being able to see the trees on the other side. And having that like cool Stonehenge thing in the foreground. I really hope I can do all that. Oh, drawing all night. I used to... that brings back memories. I remember I used to have like a permanent little callus on one of my fingers because of, I guess, the way that I held my pencil, and it finally healed after, I think, just a long time of being out of school, but yeah, that can definitely make your hand cramp up and make it sore, but at least you got some good drawing done. A really great creative hobby. But yeah, today's stream, I definitely wanted to make up that like building day that I missed yesterday, because I'd like to try to keep tackling these standalone builds every week, but tomorrow I hope to stream in both like Bywater and Athalia, which Bywater's my Shire-themed town, as I'm sure a lot of you all have seen in recent streams, and Athalia's the more like fantasy town. That was like my very first New Horizons town. And I thought it might be poignant to do May Day in Athalia, since May Day was... You know, I did it in Athalia last year, and I specifically remember like streaming May Day last year and having to figure out that maze on stream with all the pressure and stuff, so maybe it'll be fun to do it again tomorrow. I kind of suck at mazes though. I'm kind of worried about it. I've heard it's like pretty hard. And Kid Cat, thank you so much for the follow. And hi Mary, how's it going? How have you been? What have you been up to this week? I'm so hyped that after work tomorrow I get to chill out and have a day off. I've been thinking about what show maybe I should watch next, since you know, I'm all about like watching Dark all the time, but I was reading this like Reddit forum about like shows that people suggest who like Dark. And I saw like a lot of familiar names on it, like names that I've heard before in shows, but that I haven't gotten around to watching myself. Like, the biggest one that I saw over and over was like Mr. Robot. So I might genuinely like check that out sometime soon. Some people were even saying they like Mr. Robot better than Dark. I was like, what? Nothing's better. So yeah, maybe I'll check out that show sometime if it's on Netflix or something similar. Oh, The Good Place. I always think of your Rex too, Shivy. The Good Place and New Girl, right? Oh, you like Mr. Robot Worm Club, really? I wonder what it's about. Is it about robots? I have like no recollection of like any sort of summary I've seen of that show. I just know that like a lot of people say it's good. Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're recovering, but I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're not in too much pain or anything, Mary. Hugs for going through that, and I hope you have a speedy recovery. It's really nice of you to check in despite all that, and I hope you feel better soon and have a good weekend. Why can I build a 4th level but not climb up and put anything on it? The question of the year, Sharon. That's why I don't even feel guilty about the 4th tier glitch. Like, I don't even care. Like, you're gonna give me like this cliff, but then it just has to be blank? No, I'm gonna I'm gonna glitch up there. We had like a we had an update recently. Remember the Animal Crossing update with the wedding bell and stuff? That's essentially what that update is called to me. Do you remember the wedding bell update? Like we just had that the other day, and I had to go through and test to make sure all my glitches still work, and they always do. They're not about like patching my 4th tier glitch or my tree glitch or any of the glitches I use. I'm so happy. Also, I'm a little sad though. I think I built up this cliff too much. So am I really gonna have to like cut it down? Darn. I don't want to cut down the cliff. Mr. Robot, the only show I've ever wanted to rewatch as soon as I finished it. Oh, really? I felt that way about Dark Worm Club. In fact, I'm just eternally rewatching it. Just rewatch it all the time. You recommend A Good Place too, Mary? Yeah, I have heard good things about it. So many good shows out there. Oh, Buffy. Yeah, I associate you with that rec, Leah. I look forward to checking that out too. Parks and Rec. Yeah, and I saw like another rec for Twin Peaks, even though I think Twin Peaks is kind of an older show, but I've heard good things about that one. It's about hackers and capitalism. Interesting. If you like Avatar or Legend of Korra, you should try out She-Ra. Oh, I haven't even heard of that one, Shivy. That's interesting. Usually I've at least like heard of what people have recommended. What is that? Yeah, I think Mr. Robot might be next on my list then, just because it gets such high praise, but I admit the premise of like time travel shows and sci-fi and fantasy, like that really grabs me. So hackers and capitalism, that sounds really like interesting that that's such a big grab or such a good such a good show. It's about a hacker who's dealing with mental problems, but like this story is just kind of a device to explore the theme of control. Interesting. Sounds really deep. Look at this little view we're getting of like the flower fields of Mount Rainier. Isn't that kind of pretty? Buffy's so good. Seen it all of 83 million times. What is a little summary of Buffy? I have to admit I haven't seen much about it, but I have heard of it. I know it's like a famous show. Love Buffy ever since I was a kid. Aw. I also, when I was browsing that Reddit thread though, like I saw some people recommend Lost, and I was like, really? Like, Lost? Lost is one of those shows where it was a fun journey, but it did not have a satisfying destination, so I couldn't really recommend it as well. Oh, you recommend Twin Peaks too? Yeah. I look forward to watching some of these then. It's all like cozy and blistery and windy outside. It's like that sort of like outdoor noise where it sounds like it's raining, but it's not really. It's starting to get like all dark and windy. I wonder if it is gonna rain. And hi Big Ball fan! And hi Corindum Queen! Oh, it's great to see you. I have to say, like, it's just one of the sweet things about Twitch streaming, like when you see people pop in, like, hi Spotted Cat, and it's almost just like seeing someone's face and waving at them. It's great to see you all. How's your weekend starting? Mr. Robot does a ton of cool things with the video medium. If that's your thing, like fourth wall breaks and super long takes. Ah, interesting. I think what I really like sometimes about shows, I'm like a montage stan. Like, give me like a series of just different scenes put together like to music or whatever, and that's like my bag, that's my addiction. It's like the montages. And then you like set the montage to a good song, and then I'll just like eternally listen to that song over and over too, like from the soundtrack. Buffy's about killing vampires while dealing with teenage and young adult problems. Oh, that sounds really cozy, actually. Kind of like a Sailor Moon. And I'm saying that without, you know, having seen that, but fighting evil, you know? Oh, that's good to hear, Spotted Cat. Yeah, mine is good too. It's cozy catching up with you all. Thanks for being part of my weekend. Veronica Mars. Oh, I haven't heard of that one either. Kind of sounds like a band though. Veronica Mars sounds like an artist. No, I'm not trying to delete the cliff game. Don't you love when you're like standing really far away and then your character like takes a step up and like deletes something? Like, no, I was that far away for a reason, but sometimes the game registers you're like on a different space. Ah, the soundtrack is great. Yeah, sometimes like finding new songs through soundtracks just reminds me of the fact that I should listen to more like new music and not just my old faves. Been making edits and fan cams lately. Yeah, that's really cool that you've been getting into that, Shivy. Shivy's a big like Avatar fan and has like a lot of that sort of content on Twitter, which I'm also really into the Avatar and Korra. I watched Korra for the first time, I think earlier this year it was, and I even like rewatched Korra because I thought it was really good. And then I watched Dragon Prince recently, which is made by the same people as Avatar, but it didn't really... it was okay. It wasn't like, it didn't light my fire like the Avatar series does. Mr. Robot has some good montages. Ooh, I stan. Musical episode of Buffy you'd probably like, but very late. Is Buffy a particularly like long series? Probably. Legend of Korra season 3 is amazing. Yeah, I like all the seasons except for 2 gets a little wonky at times. Legend of Korra season 2 can get a little questionable. Hi, Bertha. I'm thinking that pretty soon I might start scanning in like candy-themed villagers when I get the chance, because I want this to be like a Candyland-themed multiplayer island one day. But keyword one day. Like, I have so many ideas for towns and builds and patterns. It can almost like just feel borderline overwhelming, like how many things that I want to do. So I'm sure that stuff like a Candyland multiplayer island isn't going to happen in the next few months or anything. But It would still amuse me just to have like a bunch of candy-themed villagers in this town. It would be something a little different for me. I usually pick out villagers based off of their houses, but I can just imagine like walking around and seeing like cookie and candy and truffles even. Should I have truffles on my island? My edit had this one mistake that bugged me, so gonna repost it. Oof. That happens to me that has happened to me before, like with YouTube. Like, I feel really dumb sometimes. I notice a mistake and then I have to like re-upload. But fortunately, I'm like a YouTube noob anyways, so it's not really a big deal. I love Cora too. I can't believe she gets hate. She's such a good character. Move over, Asami. Alright, well, I'm kind of looking at this and being, well, let's see how far away I can go and like kind of still see these cliffs and stuff, because that's part of how you determine like where you should start doing the build. Oh no, I'm so sad. So sad about the glitchy pond. I think I'm gonna purposefully like kinda like work with this area over here instead so I don't have to see the glitchy pond. And I hope I can get rid of that later. But yeah, you can definitely see some of those cliffs there, and I can just imagine like a lake out in front of it, and then doing like the Stonehenge build somewhere. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see it come together a little. Oh, I haven't heard of BoJack Horseman, Invisible Man, but yeah, I love hearing what you all watch and what you all get into, and appreciate like all the recommendations. Cora made me want to be a buff girl so bad. Yeah, I feel that. There were some shots where I just wanted to like pause it because of how badass she looked. She's it was really cool to see a, you know, female character represented that way, but also be like very feminine too. Like, I don't know, it's just really cool representation. Okay, so I'll do like a 3. I'm a little torn between like doing a 3-tier wide cliff here and a 2, because I know that like I can technically plant trees like on a cliff that's only 2 spaces wide with the tree on a cliff edge glitch. So sometimes that's a bit of a space saver, but I just know that maybe it'll give me more flexibility if I have like a 3 wide section to work with, you know? Book 2 of Korra was the worst. Yeah, I still kind of enjoyed it though. Like, I didn't hate it, but yeah, it wasn't my favorite. Inner Korra simp is through the roof right now. I support it and love it. And I see I see all the memes and stuff on Twitter. I know she's got her fans. I wonder if I should... Do you think I should continue all the way to the town hall just so that I can get farther and farther away from the cursed pond? Look at the cursed pond on the map. That little square down there. Maybe I should. But, yeah, it might give me more room. So who is your maximum simp? Shivi, Zuko, or Korra? No, I'm not gonna make you do that. I'm just joking. Forget I said that. Oh, Lolita, I hope you have a nice rest of your day too. Yeah, it is getting late across the pond. Thank you so much for ending your Friday with us, and hope you have a great weekend and enjoy May Day if you haven't done it yet, and enjoy the new items in the Animal Crossing update. I hope you have a nice weekend. I haven't even checked out some of the new items yet. Let's see if they show up in my shopping app. Oh, right, I don't have a shopping app. I get so like spoiled by that thing in my towns where I have the shopping app, and then I forget, like, in some of my other towns I don't have it. Alright, so hopefully this will be the last little bulk terraforming as far as the cliffs, is just connecting it over to the town hall, and then maybe I can nervously start to try to make them look like tree-lined mountains. I did a lot of this sort of thing over in my main island, Athalia. I really like to like build up like lots of cliffs and then cover the cliffs with cypress plants. I'm sure we'll use some cypress plants for this build. I also want to find myself some like stylish QRs or custom designs, whatever you want to call it. Like you know those ones that are like just little aesthetic leaves on the ground? I want to find me some of those. Maybe some stone patterns to go with like the Stonehenge. Oh, I think that's a good Twitter @ Aurora's on fire. Like I said, I struggle to come up with those myself, so I admire the creativity. Should we talk to one of my villagers? Oh, Leaf is here today if we need some bushes or flowers on our travels. So the holly is in bloom. That's interesting. I wonder if I could use the holly at all for this build. I was really torn on when I would actually like have this build be saved in. Like I was curious if like late autumn when everything turns brown would be best. Or another period that I really like a lot is like early September, or around the time of like early autumn when the grass isn't the bright summer green that we were talking about earlier anymore. It started to like kind of fade and become like a lighter green. I think that's a really nice stage as well. But maybe that can be a fun part of this build, is I can kind of like build it up and then see which season it looks best in. I'm definitely getting like Athalia vibes, my main island, from the current grass that I have in November. Oh my gosh, Curly sat on the outdoor chair that Bertha gave me, or was it Twiggy? I don't know. I think it was Twiggy. Yeah, last little section here. Although I still have to build up the other tiers on top of it. Gotta love bulk terraforming. Gotta love this too. I hate when this happens. Something about it just in particular like hurts my soul. Spirit Fair, thinking of translating the aesthetics from that to Animal Crossing. Ah, what sort of aesthetic do you think that would be like, Iris? I've never played Spirit Fair, but I kind of want to like search it based off of some of the beautiful things that I've heard about it, or maybe watch someone stream it, since I don't really have time to play other games myself usually. That's the cool thing about Twitch in general, like you can watch games that you don't own, like Pokemon Snap, just sort of check it out. Alright, these flowers are in my way. I guess I should move them. These are flowers left over from my Mount Rainier build. And I think I still have Shivy's blue hyacinths. I was gonna like go back through and maybe dot a few more blue hyacinths here and there. Yeah, bulk terraforming is tedious. Whenever I do things like this, oh my gosh, it's a random Easter egg. Wait, why is this here? I guess I was around the Cherry Blossom Festival for that mountain build. I kind of had it during Cherry Blossom season. I was like, why is this egg here? Yeah, I think what I was saying before I got distracted by the egg is that whenever I do this bulk terraforming, I'm reminded that lots of people think that we should have some sort of update to our app to just like terraform big areas at once, but to me there's almost like a charm to this, even though it is boring. Like it's so mindless and repetitive, and sometimes it's just what you need to like get into a build, you know, just go through and build it up one by one. My epic strategy is to make one piece, smooch up against it, and at an angle I move one direction, continuously pressing A at every opening. Oh, so you're saying that you have like a special way. I just tried to do what you described, Colorful Cookie Crunch, and I think I kind of failed, so yeah, it's interesting how we all have our ways of doing the terraforming. Why does your grass look so yellow right now? Yeah, like I'm in November. If you look at my mood board, there's like a lot of yellows and golds in it. So I was kind of thinking, oh, I should set my date to November when everything's gold. I should set the sunset hour to when it's like all nice and hazy and golden outside. And that'll be like when my build is. But I might also time travel around to see if there's some other time periods that look good. I'm thinking like early fall might be good too, like when the grass is light green. A very hidden Easter egg. Yes. A literal Easter egg. Oh, Denver, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Rotten Acorn Gang. Hey, Fox. Welcome in. Ah, another crew member of the Rotten Acorn Gang. I like how it says life, not impossible. And then you got the very 2021 appropriate watch your diet. These are all straight from Wild World. Animal Crossing Wild World supplied these to us. Oh, Jules got the giant one. Oh, thank you, Fox. You too. Did you change your username color, Fox? I'm used to you being like an orangey color. You changed it to gray. Looked at the mood board but didn't connect the color inspo. Yeah, no worries. I'm torn on when to do the final build anyways. I don't really know. I'm actually leaning towards like early fall now. Oh, nice. Got a little giant acorn gang going on here. Giant acorns and the rotten ones can battle it out. I know which one Cornimer prefers though. Will Tortimer ever make it into this game? Will he ever make a cameo? Can like spy on Curly doing his exercises down there. Alright. Yay, we did it! We did it! I'm so hyped. Look at all this terraforming we did. Took 1 hour and 30 minutes. I'm kind of surprised. That was a lot of terraforming for that amount of time. I'm gonna get some trees and sort of see like how far away I can get to still see the trees. Perspective builds or like big sweeping builds that are like landscapes, they really rely on like what you can see from far away. I guess I'll eat these eggs that I found. Curly vibin', he is. I have the weirdest selection of villagers in this island. I'm kind of rolling with it right now and find it just endearing, the random villager assortment I got at the beginning of the game. And I think I definitely want there to be a little bit of foliage like in front of the line of mountains too. This will be really fun to try to figure out where to put all the trees. Oh gosh, those are still there. Those questionable floating trees. Oh, but all my teenager trees are kaput at this point. I didn't think of that when I did my time travel earlier. Oh well. I'll try to grow a few more and then maybe freeze them this time, and I'm sure they'll come in handy. This is just my blank slate island fox. This is the same one that the Mount Rainier build was on. I kind of have an island now that's just for doing whatever I want. Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna play in both my other islands to enjoy May Day together and just have like a cozy experience of checking up on both of them. Yeah, the freaky, unnatural trees, I know. No! I forgot about the 4th tier glitch. Whoever said that earlier, though, you're totally right. We should just be able to glitch up here. Or we should be able to go up here without a glitch. I know just the thing. That steamer basket down there is calling to me to glitch up here. Time to get Tarot Town out? Definitely. I hope you make some nice progress on Tarot Town tonight. Have you completed any more areas or fine-tuned the vibe that you're going for anymore, Shivy? Ooh, wow. My pockets are really full right now. What did they get full of? But let's just drop a few trees up here to see how far away I can still see them. Hopefully I'm not too rusty. There we go. This is definitely interesting, like seeing the mountain from up here. I can barely even see it from up here. I'll do like a cedar and a few oaks to see how far away I can get and still see them. Yeah, and I might want to cut down this cliff a little at some point because I think I made it too wide. Alright, well, I can see it from here. I can even... Yeah, to some extent it depends on like how far away and how close I want this all to be. Because I don't have to go like all the way here, but I don't have to... If I had to say like the money spot, I think it's when like the top like fills your vision, like right around here. It's like the sweet spot. So maybe I'll make like a little marker here, like boom. And then that can be my lake. What do you all think? Do you think that's too bulky of a lake, or do you think that's just like just the right amount to make it like a nice dramatic lake with like a cool shape to it and some stuff in between the cliffs and the lake? Yeah, maybe that's a good amount. I hope so. Oh, Nimley, hey, great to see you. How have you been? What have you been up to? The Mucha inspo, so pretty. Yeah, he's one of my favorite artists. I know it's really common though. Everyone loves Mucha, but such a cool illustration style, and I plan on drawing some inspiration from like the foliage that you can see in the background of a lot of like Art Nouveau and like Mucha art, and trying to make some like face cutout standees out of that. So that might be kind of interesting. Common because it's beautiful, love him too. Yeah, I wonder if there's any other super big Art Nouveau artists. Like, he's the one that I hear about the most. I bought this like Art Nouveau book off of Amazon because I really like the movement, and I was pretty disappointed. It was like all architecture and like furniture. I was hoping to see more just like Art Nouveau art. But I bought like an Art Nouveau book, and it just like had architecture and furniture design in it. It's kind of annoying. I think most of that movement was in decoration and some jewelry. Yeah, Art Nouveau works really well for like interior decor because of like all the flowy patterns, and I know to make like a Lord of the Rings connection, Art Nouveau was a big inspiration behind the like elvish designs. So if you haven't heard of the movement, just think of like what the elves liked in the Lord of the Rings, like all the flowy leaves and the architecture of Rivendell, the like leaf brooches that the trio wore. I mean, all that was kind of inspired by Art Nouveau. It's why whenever I like watch some of the Lord of the Rings adaptations that are not like the, you know, famous Peter Jackson ones, I'm like, what are these elves? These are not like Art Nouveau elves. Like, who are these? Like, I don't know, Legolas in the Bosky film, the animated one, he like really cracks me up. Looks like a Viking or something. What's it called? I'm an interior design major. Oh, it is just called like Art Nouveau. Like you can tell I was searching I was searching for the movement when I found it, and yeah, maybe I should have read some of the reviews, looked at some of the pictures. But that's really cool that you're an interior design major. Do you work that into like your Animal Crossing some? Like, are you really into like the interior design in your Animal Crossing town too? The behind the scenes of the Lord of the Rings films was so satisfying to watch, especially the elvish areas. Yeah, I've even heard of some people going to like the Weta shops, and like the Weta's like the group that worked on the background for Lord of the Rings, and you can kind of like see their tours, like either around Europe or wherever they head to. Does Weta mostly just stick their tours to Europe? I feel like that's the case. Alright, I'm kind of nervous about this, but at some point I think I've got to dress up the cliffs more. Like, now that I'm starting to know like where I'm going to put the lake, I think I've got to make the cliffs a little bit less straight. Like, I got to figure out how I'm going to make them more visually interesting than just being like straight cliffs. So I'm looking at my Pinterest inspo for some guidance. I wonder if I should make like kind of a valley, because I feel like that's just so much more like visually interesting than having it straight all the way across, like having some sort of like peaks and valleys. So I might do that. I keep forgetting about the 4th tier glitch. I'm just like, oh, let me just climb up there with my ladder. It'll be fine. Oh, hi, Rosalie. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the emotes. They were made by Arcade Panda. Speaking of the emotes, by the way, for those of you that like know about like the stickers, which is one of the milestones you can get. Oh gosh, that's not even the right command. Do y'all want to maybe participate like in a poll real quick about like what your favorite stickers would be, like as far as like adding new characters? Like just take a little poll break. Oh, and I guess it's interesting because some people might just be like, oh, well, they'll all make a good stickers, but maybe this will help me narrow it down, like which ones are the most popular. So I definitely think Julian and Marshall would be good. Are there any others from Discord that you think would be good? Rolled, Fauna, Bob. I think those are some of the other ones that I'm thinking about. So feel free to let me know like which ones. I'll type them in chat too. Do you all like those as stickers? Love the tabby one. The tabby one? Which one's a tabby? Oh! You know the tabby, like, villager from Animal Crossing? I totally forgot about that emote. Yeah, we have one on Discord of Tabby just like doing her normal face, you know, like her just the grimace that Tabby does. You said that and I thought of like Pumpkin, which maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea for an emote if some of my kitties could become emotes one day, perhaps. That might be cute. I have a hard time playing New Horizons because I get overwhelmed with planning my island and never end up doing anything. Love seeing people's islands though. Yeah, I think I can definitely relate to that feeling a lot. I often feel that way a little at the beginning of a build, you know, I have to kind of force myself to keep working on it. Like, there's a little bit of that overwhelmed feeling creeping through right now. Like, how do I do those cliffs that I just built up? How do I make them look more organic? Like, it's definitely a process. But, yeah, I'm sure you're super creative with your interior design. Shivy said, less straight, you summoned me. Yeah, Shivy, I'm trying to make these cliffs a little bit more curvy and lopsided. I have like somewhat of a plan though. Oh, Fauna won. Well, that's good to hear. Let me see what the other results were, see what the other popular ones are. If it lets me. How do I see the other results? Ah, okay, that's helpful. Ooh, not a lot of Julian love. Dang, I thought the Julian sticker might be popular. But we just love Fauna here. The Fauna one, please. Aw. Pumpkin sleepy emote, mittens and a tuxedo emote. Oh, that's a really good idea. I also like the emotes sometimes you see around where people like take a real picture of something, like a picture of like their real cats, and then it's just like a picture of the actual face. But I could also commission like art of the kitties. Alright, so I think the first thing I'm gonna do... This is a bit of an experiment, but I want to experiment with like cutting away some of these fourth tiers so that they look like kind of dips in the mountain. I don't really know how it's gonna go, but when you look at a mountain range, sometimes there's like little dips and peaks. So this will be a nice way to still have like lots of height, but then maybe have some variance. Bisexual cliffs agenda. Oh, or Mittens looking like really surprised. Yeah, I've always felt like Mittens looks really shocked sometimes. Have you all noticed that about him too? Like when he pops up on the cat cam? Yeah, he looks eternally like a little bit shook. Some cats just have those like really wide eyes that give off that sort of impression. Well, I hate to go down there already, but part of me just wants to take a quick sneak peek of like how this looks so far to like break up the cliffs in that way. Oh, interesting. You can't even really see the cliffs all that much from this angle here. Interesting. But I'm sure you can see it once you put a tree up there. I'm sort of wondering if in order to like save and have like lots of space and to be able to see these cliffs better, I'm wondering if I should do like tree glitch trees only, like have like only 2 spaces in front of this cliff and just do tree glitches. Like I'm wondering if that'll like help the cliffs be more visible without having to go as far away from them. But it's a big call to make, because that would be committing to only doing tree glitch trees. I don't know if I can commit to it, you know? Like, I'll have so much more versatility if I don't do that to myself. So, yeah. Alexa, stop. I don't know if that got picked up by the mic at all, but I'm not gonna say her name. She, my little helper back there, she started talking. It was weird. I'm building mountains right now and leaving 2 spaces with tree glitches is what I think I'm gonna do too. Ah, you think so, Invisible Man? You might be convincing me. I'm like really torn on it. I don't know what to do. Otherwise the mountains lose the height I want them to have. Yeah, trees can kind of help with it though. Like trees can help you gain the height that you lost to some extent. But yeah, maybe I'll do it too. I'm also wondering if I should have some sort of valley, like really cut down part of the mountains pretty heavily in the middle and have like a valley. No, not the cursed pond. Oh yeah, it's totally up to you. Like right now, like this cliff looks really short, but I guess what I mean by the trees adding height is once you add trees to that top 4th tier, it does pretty much fill the vision here. But yeah, that's definitely a pretty low cliff line. I might do the whole tree glitch thing with 2 spaces after all. Thanks for bearing with me. I think it just really helps, like you said, with keeping the height of everything. But it does make you like a little bit less flexible because of the tree glitch does have like limits with how close you can put trees near each other. So definitely more flexible if you can have like 2 spaces. Oh, and hi Staggy Owl. Almost missed you in there. How are you today? Hope you're having a good Friday. We're starting a new build at the moment. unfortunately had to like tear down this tier a bit from what I had before. No fast way to do this. I admit, another show that I watch that is like a bit of a guilty pleasure, and it's unusual in the sense that it's not like a Netflix type show, like it's not on a streaming service, but it's called Manifest. And it comes on NBC, and I think I originally checked it out because it has like Lost vibes with like a lost airplane. But for a while, the show was especially just kind of like cringy, but had a few intriguing elements. But it's actually starting to like pick up in a pretty big way, and it's gotten like a lot better. Have any of you all heard of that show or seen it? Manifest. Yeah, this will save me a lot of space. So it saved me probably like 4 whole spaces of height. And this is like the more speedy type of terraforming. I like when you can just like go on a rampage like this. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know cable is less and less popular these days in general. And it feels like every cable network that does exist, though, they often have their own like streaming service attached to it. Like NBC's is like the Peacock or whatever. Oh, you've seen it, Rhiannon? It's actually so good. I mean, sometimes I've had my questions with it, and the acting can feel kind of wooden sometimes. Oh, hi, Allie. Thank you. Oh, so great to see you, Ellie. Thank you so much for the resub.
A 4's 1 joy, a 4's 1 heart.
Oh, so much love back to you, Ellie. Thank you so much for 3 months. I really appreciate it. Congratulations on your new sapling badge. Your acorn grew up into a sapling, and I just want to thank you so much for all your sweet support and friendship. I'm really glad to have met you, and feel free to redeem a sticker if you'd like in honor of your new sapling. How are you today? And I'm doing pretty good. We're starting a new build, so it has that like new build nervousness vibes, but we're kind of trying to create some mountains that are going to be in the background of like a lake. I'm a little bit excited to be doing my first lake. I haven't even really, unless you count the one in Bywater, which is kind of a lackluster little lake, but this is one of my first like lake builds, so I'm psyched about that. I'm glad you get what I mean about the occasional cringiness, but like I said, it's been impressing me lately. But yeah, since that show only comes on like once a week, in a weird way it feels like less of a time commitment. Usually when I watch like a streaming service show, because of my addictive personality, I tend to like binge it and like watch a million episodes at once, and so like I remember the last vacation that I took, I definitely binge watched an entire show. I can get kind of addicted once I start watching something on those like streaming services networks. Kita, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. And hi, Incorporeal. Yeah, I'm excited about this lake. The only bummer about lakes is they kind of like impede your movement, like you can't actually cross them. I thought about using like some water patterns instead for that reason, but then I was like, well, you know what? The water looks so pretty, like when it reflects little shimmering lights and kind of changes throughout the day and night, so I decided to just use real water, but I did think about like using some water patterns. Alright, so now that we made the build a little higher, I wonder if I could also bring the lake closer. Had my first chiropractor appointment today. Oh, how did that go? Oh, I'm sorry it's been a day, Yellow Roses. I hope you can get some nice rest now that it's over, starting to wind down, and I hope your weekend's better. Thanks for coming and chilling out with us. Oh, wow, this build looks interesting so far. It's starting to get like really, really sunsetty out too. Like I might time travel at some point so it can be like a little earlier in the day. Yeah, I guess without any further ado, I'm gonna at least... Ah, Mercy! Thank you so much. I can't believe it's already been that amount of time.
Can't stay but just popped in to say hi. Wow, 15 months of Force 1. Wow, can't believe it's
That's
been
such a cool milestone.
over a year of Force 1 heart. Thank you for your cozy streams.
Oh, thank you so much for all your support and friendship, Mercy. I can't believe it's been that long. It felt like you just had your resub really recently too. Time flies. I can't thank you enough for continuing that support for so long. It really means a lot to me and I really appreciate you. And thank you so much for popping in. Best of luck too with all you have going on with exams and school and stuff. Oh, thank you, Kita. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Hope you can get cozy and enjoy all the landscaping shenanigans with us. Alright, let's set up some tree glitch trees, shall we? Oh no, can I not do one here? Because it's so close to the town hall? That sucks. You just did the 4th tier glitch for the first time, Invisible Man? Oh, congratulations. Did you have to watch a guide or anything? Or have you seen me do it so many times? A rite of passage doing the 4th tier. I think it would be so cool if Nintendo just let us get up there naturally. But my hope for such things are waning. One of the things that I still think is a very real possibility though, there were like all these data mining things that came out, and I don't know if I should talk about them too much because it's one of those things like if you know, you know, and maybe you don't want to know what some of the data mining said because you don't want to be spoiled, but a lot of those haven't even come out yet, so you gotta think that even though maybe the latest update wasn't the most exciting and groundbreaking, didn't give us a whole lot of stuff, that eventually we're gonna get some of the things that they found in the data months and months ago. May have watched a guide. Yeah, me too. I've done 2 different 4th tier glitches. They did patch one of them, but I'm glad that they've kept this one. Do y'all think I should do a mixture of cedars and oaks just for like that foliage variance? Or would you stick to maybe just like oaks for a gold tone or whatever? Because like the oaks will be like sort of yellowy at this time of year and the cedars will be green. I think I might go with a mixture. I feel like that might be nice for this build, is to have like a mixture of both. We'll see. Saw so many cool things from the data mines people did. Yeah, not a lot of it has really come to fruition, but I do remember the Dream Suite was found in the data before it came out, and that ended up being true. But there's a lot of other things that haven't, yeah, they haven't materialized yet. Still have faith in a June update. Why June in particular? I kind of want to do a special event for June because the very last Firefly, or I spoiled it, but the very last bug that I need for my museum in Wild World is a Firefly, and I've never completed a museum before, so I kind of want to just for completing a museum for the first time and having that experience, being able to have that notch in my belt. It's also my Wild World Town's 10-year anniversary this year, so I think I might even try to do some sort of event stream or something special for that, because that'll mark 10 years that I've been doing this Animal Crossing stuff. Oh, Rag and Marie, thank you. That really means a lot. I appreciate it.
I love whenever you stream. Thank you for your kind vibes and lovely builds, growing heart.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the support and for your 2-month anniversary. Thank you so much, Marie. Do you want me to call you Marie and skip the first part? But yeah, that really means a lot. I love that some people can enjoy them despite, I worry sometimes that it can be boring, especially when I'm doing the part where I'm just getting started on a build. So thank you all so much for being here and hanging out while I outline the blueprints, and thank you so much for the kind words and support. It really means the world. I think Nintendo's doing a big E3 Direct in June. Oh, okay, E3. Somehow I always manage to forget about E3. But yeah, how could I forget? June, of course. My new leaf is the closest I've gotten to completing a museum. Almost done. How close are you, Mercy? But yeah, I think at New Leaf I made pretty good progress, but there was certain stuff did you know that I've never caught a turtle in my entire Animal Crossing experience? It doesn't matter if it's City Folk or New Leaf, New Horizons. I have never caught a frickin' turtle. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know if maybe my tradition is that, hi Bertha, do you need something, Bertha? I don't know if maybe my tradition is that I tend to play Animal Crossing a lot in the summertime, and then by the time the turtle comes around, I'm just done fishing. I feel like that's it. I feel like that's the theory. That's how I roll, is get a little gung-ho about the fishing rod the first few days I play the game, and then I unlock some cool decorating stuff and I'm done. I'm over it. I feel similar about the museum as I do about Pokemon Pokedexes. Nope. It's a little too tedious to do every time. Oh, thank you for the hype in the chat. And hi, Dinico. How are you? Great to see you, Dinico. What have you been up to? 24-hour stream. I think I could surprise myself when it comes to my stamina for any sort of long stream. I feel like sometimes I just very casually stream 5 hours and I don't even take a break or whatever. I have good stamina. Love that more than my actual name. Aw, I like your username. I feel like I'm on username high alert right now since I've been thinking about it some because I've been trying to grab my username everywhere. I'm thinking of changing my Instagram to just a Forest Life rather than AC Forest Life. So I appreciate all y'all's cool usernames. A few bugs, fish, and some art. Yeah, I actually, I'm a little extra. Over on my WordPress blog, I have this freaking WordPress blog that I never update. I wish that I had time to like upload on all my different things, but sometimes streaming just takes priority, you know? But like I had like this page for my New Leaf Town that like if you scroll down on the page, it like has all my museum stuff, like fossils complete, insects, I still need the rice grasshopper, bell cricket, bagworm, fly, you know, didn't leave out those rotten turnips, house centipede, and scorpion. So the scorpion eluded me, but apparently I caught a tarantula. But yeah, it's a fair amount of stuff there. Aren't turtles just in ponds? Oh, are they? I wonder if that's it. I don't really fish in ponds a whole lot. Should I put on jammies and curl up in bed with my Switch and stream? Still haven't gotten my Switch out. That sounds really cozy, Shivy. It is starting to get a little bit on the late side, but not super late. I love getting all cozy comfy though. At Change, let's go. Yeah, and plus you were talking about changing your Twitter, Shivy. Did you ever make up your mind about that? So let's see how these trees look. Something kind of cool though about doing builds like this is like there's this layering effect where the trees below might even like to some extent cover the trees above, so you don't have to view it like with really intense pressure. I can always sort of hide some of these trees a little with the trees below. Curious to see how this looks though. Maybe I should get myself a pipe so I can run back and forth. Oh, okay. I can dig it. Alright, I'm gonna I'm gonna time travel. It's getting a little too silhouette-y outside. I want to see better like what I am creating. I played tennis and I took, oh yeah, anxiety meds making you sleepy. And exercise will always do it too. Oh, you changed your Twitter handle. Congrats on making that plunge. Oh, and hi Harv. Welcome in. How are you today? Great to see you. We're gonna reset because it's starting to get too dark outside. Do y'all ever just wish you could like freeze your town at a certain time or a certain type of year even, just so that you can keep like working in the area that you vibe with? I remember in New Leaf it was a nightmare because in New Leaf I wanted to set my dream town to like 6 a.m. like when the sunrise is happening, but I would often landscape around 5 a.m. to see the streetlights on, but I would always try to wrap up my landscaping before the clock turned 6 a.m. because that's when the new day starts, and I didn't want like a new day to start and stuff. Oh no, your name is actually pronounced Reagan, but I never was. I'm so sorry. No, that's not rude at all. It's just me being a dummy and not knowing how to pronounce things. I know it's somewhat of a meme though on Twitch where streamers tend to pronounce like usernames wrong and stuff, but it's especially egregious if that's your name and there's such a drastic difference between how I say it and how it's meant to be said. I'll definitely keep that in mind, Reagan. Yeah, I wonder why we all get it wrong like that. Oh, and hi, Jack. How goes it? How are you today, Jack? Stream's going okay. I'm a little nervous about this new build I'm doing. I get really finicky when it comes to like cliffs and backgrounds, and that's what I'm working on right now, is like a little mountainous background. And then we're gonna put a lake in front. So it's one of my first times doing a lake. We've also got some like, I screwed up with my hacking, so I've got like floating trees in the sky right now. That's fun. Alright, and that bugs me. Doesn't it bug y'all how if you like terraform next to this, like you can't get by? I'm gonna drop my hat and my shoes and my socks, because they are ruining the vibes. There we go. The floating trees are kind of a mood though. Yeah, have you all seen some of the like wild hacking stuff people have done lately, where I'm getting like new leaf vibes from some of the stuff people have been doing? They've been putting weeds in like the water. Like, I live for it because I remember those days of like all the New Leaf Dream towns that had trees and bamboo and weeds and flowers in the water, and you could even put like public works on the water and stuff. I wonder if you can do that. But yeah, I'm not that fancy, as y'all can tell probably. I don't really know how to do stuff like that. Alright, I'm getting a little finicky about the trees, not gonna lie. I feel like I should alter the size of them a little and have some of them be like the teenager trees. But I feel like this is a good place to start being finicky, is with the trees, because trees can make or break a build and really add or take away a lot. So I want to get it right. I'm gonna buy some saplings and get me some teenager trees. Oh, Reagan, yeah, it was an accident, but it didn't happen naturally. I don't think anyone just naturally playing the game has to worry about it. I just like put him too close to my house and I didn't realize that's all that happened. Been meaning to plan a lake myself. Feel like it's always a bit nerve-wracking to start a new area. Yes, it is! I just have to like force myself to push through it and trial and error it, essentially. There's a certain part of the build where I feel like, you know what you're doing better, and that's always like a really nice part to get to. I love the magical stuff people are pushing out. I have a spicy switch myself, but I haven't played around with it too much. Oh, that's cool, Rhinestone. I love that for you. Still awaiting the day that maybe I get to tour one of your islands that I hear you like mysteriously mention every now and then, but haven't actually seen. My New Leaf Dream town was similar. I worked on my town very vanilla, and then once I was done, I added some stumps and weeds in the river to give that overgrown look. Ah, that's neat. I know a lot of people who did that. Like, you can, sometimes there was this culture around hacking where some people would kind of be against it. Like, there was almost like these different factions, and similar to the whole like time travel versus not faction or whatever, where some people would judge them, but just because you hacked an island doesn't mean that you never played in it naturally. I actually did that too. I worked really hard on my town for like 5 years, but I did make a few hacking edits at the end. I want to start new areas on Tarot Town, but lost. Yeah, you just gotta force yourself to try some stuff out, like we've been talking about, Shivy. I definitely relate. I'm gonna get my teenager trees going over here. Oh, Mercy! Frosted Mercy now. I really like that. It really fits well with like your whole winter theme, Mercy. Feeling good about being done with Hogsmeade? Well, congratulations again, Jack. That is a good feeling, one that I am looking forward to experiencing for the first time myself. I have yet to finish a New Horizons island. I do feel like pretty happy though about I made some progress on my path recently. If you want to see some of the progress on my Bywater path, I posted a little screenshot on Twitter. I'm not saying it's anything super amazing, but I feel like Bywater, once I finish some of those like patterns and paths, it'll be well on its way to being a finished town one day. What are you yelling about, Curly? Oh, he's gonna teach me the shocked emoji. Oh, look at his little grin. Oh my gosh, and this basket is part of the update. They straight up like took the graphic of that tiny basket and just like gave it to us like that. They didn't increase its size or anything. They gave us the villager basket. Can we carry it around? I bet that's why it's so small. I bet we can like carry it around. No, Shivy, don't change your ad on Twitch. You are too, we know you too well. You gotta at least keep the Shivy, but I do like the bivvy that tags along to it. Alright, need to get these teenager trees growing. I don't understand why people get so bothered by what others do with their game. Yeah. And I feel like the hacked town things, like people would ask if your town was hacked almost as a way to downplay the work put into it. Like, oh, well, if it's hacked, I'm sure it was like no work at all. And I guess it's, sometimes I would take offense to it since I like put thousands of hours into mine. Can't just like whip that out on a save editor in 5 minutes. Alright, 3 days will do it. The petal basket, criminally small. Is that one of the ones that's available to us right now? I think that's one of the ones that's available in Nook Shopping. If I was smart, I would have ordered that real quick before I time traveled, and that way maybe I could test it out, but I am not smart. Yeah, Mercy, I saw that all over Twitter. I was like, I've got to post that in our memes section. Yeah, that's a really good method, Mercy. It's actually like a little bit of even like a streamer tip. Is usually it's ideal to have your name like in your username somehow or some sort of way to to call you. Sometimes I get a kick out of it, like when I don't know, like when I raid someone and they're like, hi, a forest life, and I mean, you have to like call me by my username because there isn't really a name in there, but I'm glad you all know that I'm Amy. The new items, time for Shivy to get her hands on them, cause some chaos. Yeah, the bell is really good. That's the OP, the MVP item for me from the update, the wedding bell. It comes in like a few different colors, like a nice brown, a nice white. It's just the perfect items for everyone's like illusionistic, like building builds, like, you know, the ones that have like the stalls and the simple panels, and you can perch like a little bell up there to be like a clock tower or bell tower, I guess. Clock tower would be cool too though, put like a clock up at the top. The save editor was always so tedious to me. I would rather do the work in the game. But I did use the save editor to move villager houses and such. Yeah, I would definitely do that like in any modern New Leaf town that I did, but back when I got my dream villagers for my New Leaf town, it was like before the save editor was a thing. It was like in 2014 or whatever. Alright, so I better remember to freeze these trees this time in case I end up doing any more time travel shenanigans. Oh yeah, we have to wait until June for the bell. Isn't June like the wedding month? That's a long wait. If you all want though, I could probably spawn it with this town. It's probably available in Treasure Islands and stuff like that. Oh, and hi Heart. Oh, it's great to see you. Thank you for the lurk. My new leaf towns are all thanks to the save editor. Yeah, I've seen those and I'm kind of impressed that you did them all in the save editor, or maybe you did a little bit of back and forth, but I just have trouble visualizing how things are gonna look when it's just like a grid that you're working with. I've often been a fan of gridded maps, but I've found in New Horizons in particular, my mind doesn't work with a grid at all. I can't map out like a terraforming area with a grid because I have no idea how things are going to look at different viewpoints. And why am I buying a shovel? I'm like autopilot buying shovels over here, and I came here for fruit. I'm so like that. I do that all the time. Like, I have to come here for a shovel so much that I just automatically buy one, even if that's not what I came here for. Yeah, I think a lot of the events these days are time travel locked, Shivy. I guess that's just how they roll these days. Need that blue bell, want to make an ice wedding or blue theme on my beach. Yeah, that would be epic. Maybe pair it with like the ice furniture. What's a treasure island? Oh, that's not silly. A treasure island is like an island that can just spawn things with the save editor like we've been talking about. So it's a little bit freer from restrictions, and that's how they're able to offer things so easily, because you know, they can spawn them really quickly. There's a lot available if you're interested in learning more. There's even a lot available like on Twitch. If just browsing the Animal Crossing New Horizons directory, you might see some available that way. I think there's also a big scene for them like on Twitter and other social media under hashtags like ACNH Treasure Island. Oh, you don't have the patience for him anymore, Shivy? I thought you were a Treasure Island stan. What is it about them? Just like the loading screens and stuff? Yeah, and that's totally valid, Mercy. The way that I feel about shortcuts when it comes to Animal Crossing is they're just time savers, and if you're just playing the game to be a creative outlet and experience that joy of having something beautiful in your town that you designed. Sometimes shortcuts just help you get there quicker, and you can use that extra time that you would have lost grinding, plot resetting, or whatever. Remember the plot resetting of the New Leaf days? You can use that for other things, like, you know, binging a show. I have trouble visualizing it with the grid as well, and I'm so finicky. It would always be more trouble than it was worth for me to do a lot of work with the save editor. Yeah, because every time you make an edit, you have to work with the SD card. It's even worse with the Switch. The Switch, you have to do all this weird thing just to get to the save editor. It's not really convenient at all. You have to make the build in the editor and then go back and forth. Yeah, that's why I like just working in the game. You can see how it looks, but I do like to supply myself with the materials. It's like, you know, I give myself all the materials I need. Gave myself a lot of these items here, like bushes and cypress plants. Saved me like a lot of time traveling to order all this stuff, you know? Just more of that like life-saving, time-saving stuff we were talking about. Oh, no problem, Bob. Sorry for the confusion. Stand trees and rivers. I feel like the whole weeds and flowers and rivers looks even better in this game. I actually sometimes didn't love how it looked in New Leaf. Keyword sometimes. There were definitely people who could do it well, but New Horizons, there's something so dreamy about the way that it looks when things like weeds and flowers are under the water. I think I'll stay away from that stuff for now. Maybe one day I'll try to figure out how to do it. But for now, I'm just having fun giving myself materials. I can't tell if this is actually touching. Is that weird that I can't tell? I guess it is. The free-for-alls are stressful, and there isn't even always a guarantee you'll get what you need. True. Okay, why is there like a diggy spot here? Did I plant something wrong? Planted a log bench. Yeah, I've been actually kind of wanting, it's one of my little daydreams, like I want to create a treasure island for the stream, but yeah, my to-do list is kind of something else right now. That probably won't happen for at least like some weeks. I've got some other stuff to do. One of the things I want to do this weekend, I want to try to edit the VOD from making the mountain. I want to at least get started in editing that down to a speed build, and I also want to work on a drawing a little bit. The drawing is like a project that I've been working on and off and would like to see it through before I forget what I wanted to do with it. So like one Animal Crossing related thing and then one drawing related thing. Doing some chemistry studying. How's your chemistry going? Are you still vibing a lot more with it compared to last year? Oh my gosh, Octavian. Octavian. Just had to join us, buddy. By the way, do you all remember that Rudy and Boomer conversation that's like on our stream clips compilation? If you want to see the Rudy Boomer interaction, it's my most, you can see it in one of my most recent YouTube videos. But yeah, that one, there was like another fun moment between those two a few days ago where like Rudy was asking Boomer to go on a run with him, and my jaw was dropping. I was really into it. The ship is real. They're gonna go on a run together, although Boomer was a little apprehensive. Boomer's like, I'm out of shape. You all might even know the dialogue I'm talking about. I feel like I've gotten it before, but it was cute to get it between Boomer and Rudy. So yeah, these teenager trees, these will be really good. Part of the reason why I like the teenager trees on top of cliffs is because I think it's funner to see like the fluffy part of the tree compared to the trunk. That might sound weird, but like when you plant the cedars and the oaks in their teenager form, you just see like the fluffy part. Octopus looks for the one puddle of water on the entire island, not clickbait. Yeah, there's some more ponds over by the mountain. He should go and hang out by those. So did I not buy myself enough cherries? I guess I really went through those quick. Oh, I'm glad you remember Rudy Boomer. I was excited to see the ship is still going strong. Octavian looks like an angry hair blower. He does look kind of eternally angry to me. He'd be like a really good angry emote. Why does he have like a band-aid at the back of his head either? Like, why is that a part of his design? Your aunt asked if Marina was a hairdryer, Shivy. That's hilarious. Sometimes it's funny to see like family members' reaction to Animal Crossing, like when they talk about the Animalese, or I don't know, they just like make like funny little comments about it. Have you ever had like a family member imitate the Animalese to you? Like, like they just start doing that to make fun of what you're playing. I'm gonna skip some of these ones that have like the vocals. I don't really like vocals in my lo-fi for some reason. So a lot of work just to do some teenager trees up here. But hopefully it will be worth it. I'm kind of annoyed that like I don't have a great way to 4th tier glitch right here. Talking about the save editor kind of makes me want to boot up New Leaf, but just started a new Wild World town and there's so much to do in New Horizons. Yeah, I feel that. Sometimes even though we love Animal Crossing and love all the installments, there's not enough time in the day to focus your attention on all of them. Unless you're literally just like booting them up to check on it and then closing it again. But yeah, I do get asked a fair amount, since my YouTube has a fair amount of Wild World stuff on it. That's something I get a fair amount on YouTube is like, do you still play Wild World, or are you ever gonna play Wild World again? Sometimes I find the ones that are like, are you ever gonna play Wild World again? Like a little, like weirdly passive aggressive, like I actually, like, I have played it on stream some, but darn it. Garden Rock. Can you let me hop up here, please? Oh, and hi, Cruel. Great to see you. Cruel Umbreon, huh? That's like your new username? With some Umbreon emotes to match. Very cute. And hi, Wild Omelet. Welcome in. Trying and failing to glitch up to the 4th tier right now. Maybe one of these tries I'll get it. I'm not usually this bad at it. Oh, cool. You're working on one of my paths in Wild World, Mercy. I'm honored. Let me know when you've finished copying it, how it turns out. Oh, you're doing the update on Tarot Town. Do any of you still get nervous at that screen where it's like the save update data will now be like recreated or something? It's like, ugh, such an awkward message. Oh, love all the Leah emotes in chat. Drew Crew. We're gonna finish Nancy Drew on Tuesday, hopefully. I thought we would finish it last week, though. I was like, yeah, we're totally gonna beat this. And then we got really bogged down by puzzles. Lee and I were struggling with the puzzles. Whew. Nancy Drew is no joke. Nancy Drew is intense. We were not ready. No wonder I required my dad to accompany me. I talked to him. I was like, how old was I when I played these games, Dad? And he was like, yeah, you were really little. You like sat on my lap sometimes when we were playing and stuff. And I was just like, oh. I must have been so little. How did I even comprehend what was going on? Oh, hi, Marcella. How are you today? Great to see you. That finger puzzle was intense. Oh, I don't want to talk about the finger puzzle. That was a lot of emotions because apparently it was actually easier than we thought and we just didn't really realize that we had already solved it. Oh, and enjoy your lurk, Shivy. After many attempts to get to that lurk into the forest, you made it. The forest welcomes you and beckons you in. I'm wondering if I should do a cedar in between two oaks, or if that looks like too symmetrical. I'm just gonna go for it. I wouldn't mind Drew's Day Tuesday becoming a recurring thing. Not necessarily every week, but every once in a while. Yeah, I think I feel the same way. Maybe not every week I need to revisit Nancy Drew, but if it ever wants to happen again, I'd be game. Doing well, a bit tired. Aw. I hope you get some nice rest, Marcella. I'm actually feeling pretty awake right now, which is good. I was really tired yesterday. I had to kind of cancel my stream yesterday out of being really tired. Yesterday, I actually didn't sleep the entire night before. Like, I was at work just like yawning the whole day. Like, who am I? What am I doing? Why did I not get a single hour of sleep? What am I in college? Like, staying up all night to write an essay or something? Or in my case, often like work on an art project or something. Like, oh no, the due date's tomorrow. Gotta finish this pointillism painting. Some Betty games again. Oh my gosh, Mercy. We actually did, we had to play that Betty Go Fish game again in order to get some sort of item the last stream. So Leah's had enough of Go Fish. She said, don't want to play Go Fish anymore. Oh, really, Masala? Siri, huh? I have a Bixby on my phone. As an art major, I relate. Yeah, it's such a shame that we do that to ourselves, but deadlines are tough when it comes to art. Why was I gonna glitch up here again? Oh yeah, I have to freeze that cedar or else the cedar's gonna become a big boy cedar, and I'm trying to think ahead and catch that mistake before it happens. I need to freeze the cedar. Thought it was a Twitch notification. Yeah, the way that I like to, I get notifications on Twitch and they aren't really like sound notifications. My phone just like kind of vibrates. But if you follow enough streamers, it can really go off a lot. So for anyone new coming in right now, we're working on like a dreamy lake surrounded by cliffs. And I'm kind of working on the cliff part first so that I can get a handle like on where my trees are up here. And I think we're gonna try to make a mixture of like oak and cedar trees and aesthetically place them. Yeah, that's how that looks. Trying to figure out if I like it or not, or if maybe it's a little too simplistic. I'm gonna look at my Pinterest inspiration. When in doubt, maybe refer to your inspiration. If I can find it when you have like a million tabs. Alright, so in a lot of my inspiration shots, there's a lot of emphasis just on the mountains looking very smooth, but there's actually no way to create smooth mountains in New Horizons, so the closest you can get actually is to just plant enough trees to where it looks like a very forested mountain. So that would probably be good to do. Maybe that should just be my goal, essentially, is to... Yeah, I like the idea of trying to create the curves of the mountain with the trees. I think I'm gonna try to do that. I'm getting excited now. I have another plan too. I think I'm gonna stick mostly to oaks when it comes to the mountain. And then I'm gonna put some cedars like on the ground below. Like the mountain is gonna be all oaks, but then I think I'm gonna put some cedars down on the ground below. I don't really want to mix them up here. Oh, and hi Ryan Maxine. Welcome in. How are you today? How have you been lately? Great to see you. I hope you're having a happy Friday. I just had a little bit of a brainwave about the build we're doing, so maybe things will speed up a little as far as planting these trees. Ooh, first try! 4th tier glitch poggers. I love the way I've had this character for ages and I've never like adjusted her appearance. I'm just a little lazy about it right now. I have to go and find a mirror. I have to go and redeem my Nook points. Oh my gosh, I just thought of something really cute for streamers. Wouldn't it be adorable if, like for channel points on a channel, someone called them Nook points, like the Nook miles or whatever? That would be adorable. Get your Nook points. I wouldn't be surprised if someone's already done that, to be honest. I bet someone has. Changed my name and I'm making some progress in New Horizons. Finally cleaning and getting rid of old hybrids I don't need. Oh, congratulations. I know that flower grind can be tough to get rid of like unwanted flowers. That can knock out quite a bit of time, but glad to hear you're making progress. Okay, let's try these trees here. And then let's just try another teenager right here. This is a bit of a technique that you can do is put the trees at just like slightly different heights, and the ones that are further back will appear smaller. So this will help create a mountain peak because the one in the middle will be closer to you and therefore it will like look higher, and that way it'll look sort of like a mountain peak. And then there will be like a little valley in between the mountains, and they'll probably do the same thing here and there across the cliffs. So that's sort of my game plan. How have you been? Oh, thank you. I've been doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Keeping busy with work and stream and Animal Crossing projects as usual. Just love diving into all those things. And today we're working on a lake build, so that'll be fun. This is part of a new series I'm doing that's doing builds that are not connected to my main islands. I think it like frees up a lot of, I guess, creativity and possibilities when you don't have to design for an island but can just do whatever strikes your fancy. The dancing bobs. I think that's one of the BTTV emotes. I love the way like sometimes I can do it on the first try and then sometimes it's like, nope, you suck. wonder what the update is that's gonna give us like Greek columns in Animal Crossing. What sort of theme do we have to have? What sort of holiday will give us Greek columns? In a weird way, I think the wedding event was like the closest thing. They really like the elegant core aesthetic for the wedding items. It would be really cool if like one of these days they could just release like a patch that wasn't tied to a holiday. Just be like, oh, you know, here's a furniture patch. Remember the wisteria trellis? Yeah, it's back. Same with all the other cool like food items from New Leaf and stuff. That'd be a really good update. Greek columns, a must for fairy core and elegant core. I know. How do you feel about the ice columns, Ryan? Are you cool with the ice columns? Bob was one of my favorites on the GameCube original. Didn't realize until years later that he was super popular with others too. Oh, cool. So you kind of liked Bob before you knew Bob was a big thing. I love that. Bob is one of my favorites too, kind of because I really like cats in general, and I always felt like the lazy personalities, of course, works really, really well for cats. I like to joke that Pumpkin, her two joys in life are sitting on people and eating. Like, that's like one or the other. Like, I'm either being sat on by Pumpkin or she's like eating. So it just really fits the lazy personality perfectly, and Bob is such a good lazy cat. So the tree glitch does have some limitations. Trying to figure out, I think I'm gonna try trees like right here and here to sort of help fill out the mountain more. I'm feeling like really good about having a plan for my mountain. I'm hoping one of these days we get a big update with a ton of furniture, kind of like Welcome Amiibo. Yeah, that would be amazing. The Welcome Amiibo update was pretty hype. Brought us new villagers, whole bunch of new furniture. Some of the new furniture was just like from Happy Home Designer too. There are even other things I miss about the older games sometimes, like that I try not to worry or dwell on as much anymore. Like, I feel like a New Leaf had some really personality-filled house exteriors. Like, you could really do like that castle thing if you wanted to, like have a Zen castle or a, you know, a genuine real castle, not like an illusionistic one out of silos or whatever. So yeah, New Leaf had a lot of personality and charm in that way. I don't really hear a whole lot of people talk about like the house exteriors from the Happy Home Designer and New Leaf years though. That's not really on the top of people's lists, I guess. Ah, is that too big? Why are teenager trees just like always the answer? Like, why is it always just teenager trees are the answer to everything? Either that, or I could just bring that tree down a level. That might also accomplish the same thing. I'm gonna try a smaller tree right there, though. Oh, look at Bertha with her little pink drink matching her pink dress. She's gonna sit down by the little square pond, too. Why don't you all enjoy this pond? Is this pond too glitchy for y'all? I want to see my villagers like sit around this pond. Oh my god, it's so trippy. It's like a window into nothingness. Cursed pond. It is. Like the ice columns in winter, but in other seasons, kind of out of place. Yeah. Bums me out when there's like really cool furniture ideas for things, but then like they have to add that one detail that makes them less usable. Like, the Bunny Day topiary and stuff like that. How many times have I run out of cherries today? I need like a lifetime supply of tree moving cherries. And hi, M. Gomez. Welcome in. How are you today? How's your Friday going? They're afraid to fall into the void. Yeah, I don't blame them. I wonder if it even registers as like a pond or as water to them. Made a rainbow garden yesterday. Oh, that sounds pretty. Got the rainbow umbrella at my shop right now. Yeah, I've never made like a rainbow garden. It can have both aesthetic purposes and also like crafting purposes. If you want to make like lots of wreaths and flower crowns and flower furniture, it really helps to have like a lot of the flowers. And I know I'm always like trying to like make wreaths and buy water and just like don't have the right materials. So it's both aesthetic and useful. Oh, look at my villagers like bonding over this pond together. Don't we love it? Hijacking my like building stream. Alright, I'm gonna move, or I'm gonna change this tree right here to the smaller one now that I have some cherries and can actually do that. But another trick is if I simply move this tree down a level, it would kind of accomplish the same sort of thing as planting a teenager there. So I'm just gonna see which one looks better. Where should I share the photo? Ah, well, if you want, we have a screenshots channel in Discord. Like I guess hashtag screenshots is the directory there. Oh, but I look forward to seeing it. Oh, hey, Ginger. Great to see you. How are you today, Ginger? New to playing Animal Crossing? Oh, really? Like, are you new to, like, New Horizons? Or, new to the series in general? Either way, that's really, really special. I'm honored you wandered in here. I'm actually playing in kind of a weird way, perhaps, for someone who's new to playing Animal Crossing. I'm trying to create a very specific sort of dreamy build. But yeah, what are you up to in your game, M. Gomez? Are you kind of working on the museum, working on your loan and stuff? Finding your way in your new town? Oh, New Horizons? So you've played some of the other ones before? Oh, thank you, Ginger. I'm doing okay, too. Trying to work on, like, this lake thing, and kind of amused by my villagers all, like, hanging out down here. Tag yourself in this photo. Are you Bertha, the center of attention, with the drink to match her dress? Are you Twiggy off to the side here hanging out with Octavian? Are you Octavian fishing? Are you Bertha just unnecessarily like switching positions? Little cuties. I'm the rock. Why are you always the inanimate object, Ginger? I'm Octavian because I'm a grump. Same. Or maybe I'm not Octavian because, like, I never fish. So I can't relate to the fishing hustle. I haven't picked up a fishing rod in like a million years. I don't even like carry one in my pockets anymore. God, I'm the worst. Need to reconnect with my Animal Crossing roots. Go fishing this weekend or something. Making me like participate in a fishing tourney again, y'all. I used to do like the fishing tourney streams and the bug off streams. Those were kind of funny. Maybe we should do them for old time's sake this year, even though we already have all the furniture. Ooh, do you think they might update that? Will they give us new like bug off furniture or fish off furniture? Or will it always be the same? They need to give us some of that too. Give us some new fish and bug items. I love Animal Crossing. It's cute. Animal Crossing and Sims 4 is the only games I play. Yeah, I've actually read something that tends to be a thing with like Sims communities. Like if you are into Animal Crossing and Stardew Valley, sometimes that's like the only games that you're into. It's just something I've noticed about the culture around these games. They really like drag us in and don't let us go, or either that or it's just the sort of vibes that we want from our video game experience. But yeah, there's something about these games that are really addicting. I was gonna finish my fishing Critterpedia recently and I've never raged so hard. Oh no! Did you have trouble like finding the fish, Venus? I know that's part of the struggle, just like the spawn rate, trying to get the right fish to spawn, like whether it's the string fish or... I remember a lot of talk about the mahi-mahi last year. Do you remember the mahi-mahi? Oh, I don't think I ever caught one of those. I did catch a string fish though. And thank you for that follow, M. Gomez. Hi, Stream Dad. A big Vol fan is the Stream Dad. Oh, cool, Ryan. I'll go and check it out. Oh, so pretty. You do even have like all the flower types. The gold roses come in handy if you like pluck those and sell them. Like that makes good money. Or if you craft like gold wreaths with those gold rose pluckage, that makes really good money too. I feel kind of bad I never like hustle for money anymore. In Animal Crossing at least. Kind of nice actually. So let's do... Oh my gosh, why do y'all keep like relocating? I wonder if I like that tree okay, or if it kind of impedes on the view. Do I like it? Yeah, I think that might end up being my general formula. I think I'm gonna try to create mountains that look very foliage filled and just try to cover the whole thing with trees. I think that might be an interesting background. And after all, it is just a background because most of it's gonna be the lake and other sort of scenery. So that'll be a nice little thing to occupy the background. Do you all vote that this one is too tall though? Like, does that kind of hide everything too much, or do you think it's okay? I'll try the teenager tree instead. The teenager tree is always the answer. Yeah, I love the gold roses, Ryan. I might even use them some for this build a little, since I'm in autumn and I've always felt like the gold roses look really nice in autumn. Oh, you were trying to get the mahi-mahi, Venus? Oh, you get too impatient and press the button too early. Yeah, either that or get a little too patient and then eventually miss it. I think I'm gonna move it over to the left one. Time travel to 5 a.m. so they're all sleeping. Well, hey, that might be pretty as well. Another benefit of 5 a.m. It's a really pretty time of day. they readjusted to watch you build. I have like an audience. It is kind of one of the fun things about like playing Animal Crossing and streaming it, and just the shenanigans. Like I didn't really expect when I was choosing this scenic build to do today, like didn't expect I'd have like Bertha and Octavian like just chilling out with me the whole time. But they do find a way. You'll try forced perspective on your second town, Marcella. Learned a lot watching you. Oh, thank you. Are we at 6 towns now? No. This is a blank slate town just to have fun with builds, but I do have 5 switches, so we're a little close there technically. I went on an evening walk today and it felt nice. It was sunny and had a slight breeze. Ah, that sounds really cozy, Ryan. I need to go on more walks and just do more exercise in general. Not my dad exposing me. Marcella. No, my dad judges that behavior hardcore. I think he thinks I'm crazy for him. He's also of the opinion, like, he thinks that Nintendo did this, like, policy on purpose to weasel more, like, Switch purchases out of people like me, but I don't know. I think I read something like that's just the way save data is processed on the Switch. Like, as much as we groan about it, like, it might genuinely be, like, that's the way the data's processed, so something to keep in mind. I wonder if I'm actually gonna be kind of, like, a little formulaic about this. And by that I mean, like, maybe once I do this hill, like, maybe I'll just do this hill, like, really similarly and just, like, carry it all the way down. And hi Sleepy Tabby, welcome in. Great to see you. Thanks for dropping by. The best part, there was hardly anybody out. Ah, a nice private walk. Sounds very cozy. Making me want to go on a walk now, but I guess it's too late. I do have like work in the morning, so I have to probably save a walk until like tomorrow night. They did it on purpose. It's working with you too, Venus. Yeah, don't you have a... well, I guess we're not all about, like, exposing how many Switches we have. I thought you had, like, 3, maybe? I'm not sure. But that's, definitely valid. It's fun to have more towns to work with, especially, like, if you put thousands of hours into all these towns, technically the money might actually be pretty well spent. If you look at it that way, about just the amount of time you put into it all. Divide the hours by the cents. I have 3, maybe planning the next one too. I love that for you though. It means that I'll get to see lots of beautiful Sailor Venus islands over the years. And it gives me, I guess, more comfort that like we'll all just continue getting joy out of this game long term. Don't you mean thousands of years? Yeah, there was like this clip on the channel where I said instead of thousands of hours, I said I've been playing this game thousands of years. Oh, you have 4 Rhinestone? I kind of like hearing about these other examples of folks who have also gone a little wild like that. It makes me feel like a little less alone in that. I guess a little less crazy. I feel very validated. Alright. I'm gonna take this little baby tree And this is going to help us complete the hill. Unfortunately, I cannot take these baby trees in any way that I know of. They are just chilling up there. I want to get my cat backpack to go walking. That's my excuse of not going at the moment. Your cat backpack? What do you mean by that, Marcella? This was after I realized that on the spicy switch, you can have as many saves as you want. Yeah, that's what I hope will start to put a damper on my just endless switch expansion rhinestone. I hope this island can be multiple things for me. What I hope this island can be is treasure islands, Candyland multiplayer island, my dream. Maybe one day the dream will happen. And just like standalone builds like this. I wonder, I can't imagine it. Like imagine like a future stream like months or a year down the line where I'm like, all right y'all, today we're building Candy Castle. Like, but all my viewers just like leave. I feel like that's such a joke of an aesthetic. Like we're gonna build Grandma Nut's house. Peppermint Forest today, y'all. You believe in the dream, Rhinestone? Aw. I want to play Candyland with you all. Candyland Animal Crossing Edition. Emerging from the forest to say, I've had a second switch in my Target cart for 3 days. I want a second island so bad. I think I'm gonna do it. Do it. I'm the worst person to talk about that. Heart Pearl, I'll totally convince you to get a second switch. That's really exciting. What is your first island like though, Heart? And what would you do with your second one? Unintentional treehouse build. I know, I hope I can fix some of this weird stuff that's been going on with all these glitchy aspects of my town. I have a Switch and the light plus my husband's, but he won't give me his island. I love that, Marcella. I can see your personality shining through your Animal Crossing love, but just let me have fun with your island. He's like, no. Does your husband still play some, Marcella? What did he get up to in Animal Crossing? I remember hearing about everyone's like pandemic dates and New Horizons last year, like dates via the game. Oh, thank you, Rhinestone. It is my dream, but at the same time, I have a few other island ideas too with my other 4 switches. I want a Citaloon Island, which will be like a remake of Citaloon from New Leaf, and part of the reason why I look forward to that is because I love me that elegant core aesthetic, but I haven't ever done it yet in New Horizons, you know, like the hedges and bushes and turkey garden stands and symmetry and maybe building castles and churches. Like I haven't ever done that, and Citaloon 2.0 would be a great opportunity. It also might be an opportunity to get in the mind of mosaic paths again, and I made some mosaic paths back in the New Leaf days that are still kind of popular, and maybe that would be a good chance to work on more stuff like that. I feel like maybe that tree like hides too much of the stuff below. I might try to like bring that down a level and see if that works better. I'm sorry this is so finicky, but illusionistic mountain tree-lined landscapes don't just materialize. You gotta do all this tree glitch grinding to get them. Don't let your dreams be memes. That sounds amazing. Aw, thank you all for your support. Hopefully we can make the dream reality. Yeah, maybe I'll add that to our quotes. We do have like a quote section if you ever want to do exclamation point quote and see what pops up. Oh, you have a cat backpack for real? I thought you were talking about like a backpack that has like a cat logo on it or something, Marcella. You can like carry around your cat with you to places. How does your cat feel about that? Do they tolerate it okay? Do they like it? Husband's doing a Zelda themed island, but taking his time. He's playing Uncharted on the PlayStation for the 4th time. Oh, that's a mood. That's like me and Dark, like just watching the same show over and over. That's really neat though. That must mean like that game really means a lot to him. I don't know. Whenever I plant these trees, I'm like, oh no, it covers too much. But maybe I'll just use those trees very sparingly. Like any sort of oak tree that's fully sized has to be used like really sparingly, because otherwise they just cover everything. I have some of the Citaloon paths on Amethyst. I recently added the Moon Pond you recreated in New Horizons. Love it so much. Ah, thank you. Thanks for using that. I did remake it with transparency, but the problem with it is it still does have some like grassy parts. So because of that, at like other times of year, like say autumn or winter, it doesn't really work well. I'd love to kind of make it compatible with all seasons though, and maybe make a version for it for every grass color, but that would be some work. Current Island is a mix of a lot of different inspirations, mainly cottagecore, but I've kind of hit a point where I have too many ideas but can't bring myself to demolish anything. Yeah, that's such a mood. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if there was like an in-game equivalent of something similar to Harv's Island for people like us? Like, why not just give us a Harv's Island that you can decorate the outside of it too? Just to sort of like get out this energy that I think people have to like want to decorate and make cool things. I actually think that's, I mean, I didn't really ever think of that idea before now, but now that I said it, like I genuinely think that would be a good idea. Alright, so that's more in line of what I want. I guess, as usual, like why do I ever expect anything different at this point? The teenager tree is just like always the answer. Just know that, never try to plant any other tree ever. We bow down to the stage 3 tree, the medium young hardwood or whatever it's called, large young hardwood. How do I do this? Trying to think. I'm trying to do like another tree just like 2 spaces away. How do I do that? Did I do them out of order? Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Would love a secondary island like that. Yeah, that would be so much fun. Maybe it wouldn't even be tied to like your main one in any super big way, like with a dream address or anything. So it would really just be like a fun testing island, or maybe it would even have like all the rules of Harv's Island. Like you could just spawn things from an inventory and then they'd like land on your little fake island. It would be like Harv's Island, but just like outside. That would be so cool. Definitely be ideal for builds like this, but they'd need to give you a fair amount of space to work with. Like, I find sometimes with the illusion builds in particular, like if you're really going it super intense with them, I mean, they can take up like a solid quadrant or so. That's just like with the really big illusion builds. So it would need to be a good sized island. Oh, and hi Jess. Thank you so much for checking out the stream and saying hi. It's nice to meet you too. I hope your Friday evening's going well. Thank you so much. We're working on like a cozy mountain build. I I do sort of feel like sometimes with New Horizons, the way you build up the cliffs, the best way to try to achieve like a mountainous sort of illusion is to just either cover it with trees or cover it with like rocks, because otherwise the cliffs just look a little too neat and clean. So that's what we're working on right now. The problem is, like, from my vantage point, I kind of have to keep like moving a tree to the left or the right. Like, I do apologize for that. That kind of sucks. Like, I have to move this over one. Having a second island would overwhelm me a bit. I understand that, Ryan. I actually tend to focus on one island at a time for that reason. In Athalia, I just sort of check in on sometimes and wander around and go like, oh yeah, I remember all this. And it's just like really nice to wander in and experience the vibes. I'm gonna play in Athalia a little tomorrow though, and I do still want to finish that island one day. I'm really grateful to New Horizons for having like less penalties for not playing in a good amount of time. That's like one of my favorite things about it. I think it stinks that like when you play New Leaf, you're constantly like kind of in fear that if you time travel too much, your villagers will move out on you. Or Wild World, so many people tell me that they find it so cozy, and I guess I do too. I relate. But it'll always be a bit of a chore to me that I can't have a gorgeous flowery town without like some amount of upkeep and work. All that flower watering or whatever you gotta do. Maybe if you play Wild World, you should just approach it from the talk to villagers and enjoy the coziness, enjoy the soundtrack perspective. Maybe if you play Wild World, you shouldn't focus on on flowers in particular, or put like fake flowers all over your town, like the pattern flowers. Oh, that's good to hear, Ryan. When you're all done or whenever you feel comfortable, feel free to redeem a tour too. I love that aspect as well. I've got a list of dates for my New Leaf and Wild World towns so no one moves out when I go back to them. Yeah, that's really handy. That's my little secret too. I know the last time I played New Leaf was like, I think January 2nd or something random like that. And my issue with New Leaf isn't just the villagers moving thing, it's also grassware. But maybe I should just let the grassware go and but my dirt paths, they're so pretty. I'll always regret restarting my first Wild World town. I never got as much into the game as I did on my first town. Aw. That is sad, but at the same time, you can always create a new one and maybe try to find a similar layout or name it the same thing and try to find that magic again if you want. You worked hard on those dirt paths, totally understand wanting to keep them. Aw, thank you, Venus. But they're so hard to upkeep. Oh, yes. Do y'all see what I'm going for a little? Like, do you see like the hill that's forming with the trees? I think that's kind of cool. Might even look pretty cool with like the autumn leaves. Maybe this will be a good point to kind of keep it saved with all the multicolored trees up there. Oh, thank you, Rhinestone and Venus. How many of you, with like all this talk of like the older games, how many of you like actively still dabble in some of those? And no pressure or anything. I kind of just do it for stream sometimes or for coziness, but starting a new town and developing it is definitely like a lot of work no matter what game it's on. Like even something like a Wild World town would take a lot of effort to make a whole new one with like a set of paths and landscaping everywhere. So I don't know if I have like a new Wild World or New Leaf Town in me for quite a while, because I just find the landscaping and New Horizons so much funner, but I'll always enjoy having the towns that I do have in those older games, and enjoy visiting them every now and then. I'll always kind of regret though, that I never finished more New Leaf towns. Like, I had so many like frickin' New Leaf cartridges, and I left so many of them by the wayside, or just didn't finish them. I bet if I was like a New Leaf streamer, I think I would have finished more New Leaf towns. It was like the lack of having a stream driving me. I would like pull the procrastination card and like not work on my town. Twiggy's the only one left. We started off with 3 and now it's just Twiggy. Oh, and hi Courtney. Welcome in. Hope you're having a nice Friday. We're starting to make progress on like a mountain tree skyline. Love hearing about it because it brings back memories. Yeah, sometimes we listen to the old soundtracks on stream too, and those are really fun too, to remember the old songs and hourly songs. Sometimes it's like the songs that I didn't really listen to on purpose that really hit the hardest with nostalgia, like just some random like 1 p.m. tune from New Leaf. When I played New Leaf, it was always like the sunset and nighttime songs that I heard over and over, because I would always kind of set my town to like the evening. But so sometimes when I hear those morning and afternoon ones, it really takes me back. Can we even just like real quick, like I'll probably put on Spotify again after we do this, but I want to listen to New Leaf 1 p.m. real quick since I was talking about it. I think it's an underrated little gem. Particularly, I really like 1 p.m. Snow to get into like a snowy mood. So good. 3 p.m. No, no. That one is not nostalgic. That one is just painful. Oh, and good night, Shivy. Love you too. Hope you have a good day tomorrow and get some good sleep. All the best vibes, and hope you enjoyed vibing in Terratown for a little bit and getting the update done in Terratown. You'll be too tired to type. Yeah, and if you do try to type, it'll be a series of typos, not to call you out or anything. 1 p.m. New Leaf is your favorite? Yeah, I didn't realize that was such a classic, I guess. I am playing the snowy version right now. I apologize for that. I think I just like heard this earlier on a playlist and I thought it was such a mood. Ooh, look at what that little tiny tree does. I like that. It's a stylish little tiny tree. The tunes that make me feel nostalgic are 2 a.m. Wild World, 5 p.m. New Leaf, Cafe Wild World, oh yes, the Roost, we need that. 4 p.m. Wild World, ooh, a lot of Wild World, 2 p.m. and 12 p.m. My favorite Wild World track of all time, this is my favorite one, is 11 p.m. Wild World. For some reason, it's just like such a mood for me. There's something so dreamy about it. Oh, 8 p.m.'s another classic. Sleepy Tabby. I feel like they always make 8 p.m. a jam, no matter what game it is. GameCube, New Leaf, they always make 8 p.m. a jam. Ah, okay. That like bigger tree there helping to fill out some empty space. I wonder if I should move it over a little though. Yeah, Wild World has a lot of good ones. feel like often when I'm looking up Wild World songs on YouTube, I get like a lot of city folk ones though, because they have the same soundtrack. Just slightly more upgraded in city folk and a little bit more HD at times. Alright, so there's that hill. I wonder if that's like almost a hill kind of completed. I wonder if that one's pretty good to go. Except for I gotta fill out this little piece over here. Should work on this real quick. Wild World was my first Animal Crossing game, so I always love hearing that music. Oh, that's really sweet. I always love hearing people's first Animal Crossing games and experiences. Wild World was your first too, Ryan? Yeah, it really was a lot of folks in general. Wild World's your all-time favorite soundtrack? Oh. My favorite is GameCube, but they all have like their, I guess, pros and cons. Like I think New Leaf, you know, New Leaf has 3 p.m., which is a con for it, but I said that to troll Ginger. But also like GameCube does have like 12 a.m., which is really weird. Have y'all ever listened to Midnight on Animal Crossing GameCube? That one's so weird. Yeah, this came about innocently one time. Like Ginger like requested it, and then like I was like, "You like this song?" So that's how it became a thing between me and Ginger. Alright, well, this tree was too tall, or maybe it should be tall because it's helping to block out the town hall. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I'll try making it a smaller tree though. See if the smaller tree vibes. I need a medium young hardwood for this occasion. Let's see if I have any over there. Going to now, we'll report back. Alright, where is my little medium young hardwoods? Other than the ones floating in the sky. Also, like, apparently I don't know what I was doing. Was I, like, drunk when I did this? Like, what is all these trees, like, touching each other? Like, why did I do it this way? I specifically remember trying to follow the rules. And I ended up with this atrocity. I was trying to follow the tree rules and like they're all touching each other. This is too powerful. Again, getting New Leaf vibes. It really reminds me of like the New Leaf days where people would do that. They'd like put all the trees like right next to each other and basically just create like really foresty, hard to navigate sometimes towns. Yeah, I have no more of the little medium young oaks, so I'll have to go and buy some saplings. Oh, and hi Shaz. I hope you're doing good too. Great to see you. And hi H Bizzle. What are you all up to? Are any of you playing Animal Crossing with me here tonight? Playing as you watch? What did I come in here for? I'm doing like autopilot again. I came in here for saplings and I autopilot like bought cherries. It's a little bizarre because you think of autopilot as something you do in real life, like, you know, autopilot driving to work or something. But I'm like autopilot like buying cherries and shovels. This is what my Animal Crossing life has become. It's Weeding Day in New Leaf? Oh, cool. Someone posted once that, like, Weeding Day, like, may or may not be a thing. I don't know if it is. It was, like, a very scary looking screenshot of, like, Leaf standing in the New Horizons Plaza and announcing that it was Weeding Day, and I was like, oh no. Not pulling any of the aesthetic New Horizons weeds. Okay, so this is a slight bummer. We'll have to time travel a little to get these saplings to grow into the stage that I want. Ah, you got your sticker in the mail? I'm glad to hear it. Glad it got to you okay, and I hope you enjoy the sticker. If we get Weeding Day in New Horizons, I will absolutely skip that day. Same. I'll avoid that day like the plague. I'll actively not even boot up my game on that day. Ah, look, it's the pansy wreath. I always personally felt like this was the least usable wreath for me, but I guess pansies are my native flower. How many of you all had to clear land to make room for snowballs? I actually, I've usually had some work in progress areas on my island that's where like the snowballs spawn. It was really convenient. In my main island, Athalia, I only had like 2 areas where snowballs would spawn. Like, so all I had to do was go to those 2 areas. It was actually really, really convenient. I didn't have to like look for my snowballs. Weeding Day, don't know her, will never know her. Yeah, I'm glad this channel is like a haven for weed lovers. I've had some people judge me for liking the weeds, but I'm glad that we appreciate them together. Did I time travel? I feel like I did not. 2 days? Did I already do this? I only had 1 area where snowballs would spawn on my island. Oh, so you even beat me from 2 areas to just 1 area. Yeah, me too, Des. I love the weeds, especially when they go with certain builds. Like, you can only have 150 tall weeds on your island, so it does matter like where you place them and where you choose to use that huge amount of weeds at. Do you try to create like a single weed-filled area? Do you kind of scatter them around aesthetically? Oh, you pick all your weeds every day, H-Bizzle. That's okay, I've seen your island. The weed aesthetic doesn't work for everybody. Hi, Cool Wolf. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Welcome to our cozy little mountain building landscaping stream. I hope you're having a nice night. This is a weird song. Might skip this one. The aesthetic weeds just look so nice in foresty areas. Sorry, Leaf. Yeah, I know. Have y'all ever read the segment on weeds, like in the official Animal Crossing guide? It's so funny. Like, they really trash them. They, like, go to town, like, hating on the weeds. And then, like, all of us aesthetic Animal Crossing players, like, have such a blast with them. They made them pretty on purpose, I swear. They made them pretty. Aw. Ozzy says the island smells good, like cherries. Why are my villagers like giving me presents and stuff? A shell lamp! That is like the best present I have ever gotten from a villager. Like, I'm sorry for the gasp, but they usually just give me like shirts and stuff. Like, this is good. I love these. Oh, it's purple. He gave me a purple shell lamp. I'll give it to you, Venus. From Ozzy. I don't know. Do you use these at all, Venus? I know you like purple. Good night, Shivy. Who are your dreamies? In this island, my dreamies are candy-themed villagers, but I don't really know what they are yet. I have to like look at a list. because I want to turn this island into a Candyland island one day, but in the meantime, it is just like a blank slate for me to experiment different builds with. It's my own little Harv's Island, but just outside decorating instead of interior decorating. Yeah, I was shocked. Have y'all ever gotten like a shell lamp from a villager? Like, I didn't even know they did that. It must be like some beginning of the game, like they actually give you like a DIY craftable item or something. I have a sour green apple energy drink right now, and it's my favorite thing. Sour apple is like the best artificial flavor. Like every sour apple, Jolly Rancher, lollipop. It's just the best flavor. Let's try a medium young hardwood. Where is it? Oh, medium young cherry. That's not what I was expecting. I'll plant it though, sure, why not? You have a view on Amethyst beaches. Oh, look at you actually decorating your beaches. Will I ever? Will you ever see a beach decorating stream here on A Forest Life? Stay tuned. All I get are track jackets and grass skirts. Yeah, they usually are really hardcore about gifting clothes, and even if it's furniture, it's usually regular furniture, not a craftable. Must be because I'm kind of in the beginning of the game in this town. Having an experimental island is such a luxury, but such a good idea. Yeah, that's true, Strawberry. I definitely very much, you know and sympathize that not everyone can do it, but I think even I would have trouble doing it if it wasn't like a specifically a magic switch, because like Rhinestone mentioned earlier, you can kind of like overwrite your saves. So, yeah, it helps you just be able to do a bunch of different things with it. Blue raspberry hits different. You have some disagreement about artificial flavors. I know some people really like cherry too. I'll say when it comes to artificial flavors, I have trouble like telling the difference between them all. Like cherry and strawberry, like all the red flavors just like taste the same to me. I can't tell the difference. But sour apple is different for some reason. Probably because, like its name suggests, it is sour after all, so it's like a little bit different. Alright, so this will be a little interesting. We've kind of satisfied one hill of the mountain from that faraway illusion. It really does look like a rolling hill covered with trees. But now, how are we going to tackle the hill's descent? That's the next thing that might be kind of hard to try to figure out. I need to decorate the other side of my beach, but my hybrids are there. Oh, yeah, like we were talking about earlier. It's a struggle managing all those flowers. Best of luck. What are you doing with them all, Ryan? Are you kind of moving them? Or are you... a little trick, if you're not attached to your flowers, you can just kind of carry a trash can around with you and deposit them all into the trash can. But I don't know if you're into that or not. Oh, and hi, Bicent. Right now, we're planting trees along a cliff in a way that mimics like a mountain. I can step back real quick and show you. So like rolling hills and foliage, that's what I'm trying to do. And if you want more info just on the build itself, this is like a little Pinterest inspiration board. Essentially I'm going to try to put a lake like in front of these rolling hills and try to have a few focal points to draw your eye and draw your gaze here. So I hope it turns out well. I'm trying anyways. Yeah, I hope you're having a nice night. Thanks for dropping by. I decorated my beaches too early because suddenly I had no space for flower storage. Oh yeah, they're so good for flower storage because they won't like proliferate on the beach, and they won't get in your way like of builds on the beach. So I just love them so much for flower storage. Perhaps a little too much for flower storage, as you will sometimes see. So right now I'm trying to do the descent for the hill, and I haven't really ever done this before. Oh yeah, that doesn't look good. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. That didn't really turn out how I wanted. I wonder if just like a tree on the very bottom level, or maybe like this little medium tree up there. Maybe that would work. Oh, that means I'll have to redo this tree though. I went a little too fast with everything. But yeah, a little trick for doing the tree glitch, like just 2 spaces away from each other, is to do it like this. I used to think you could only get tree glitch trees like 3 spaces away from each other. But there is a way that you can get them like 2 spaces away. Alright, and I guess I gotta hop down and create a bit more space for myself for the tree glitch. Oh, this is a chill little tune. Try to mix up what I play on stream sometimes for variety's sake so it doesn't get boring. Sometimes the Animal Crossing soundtracks like we were talking about earlier, sometimes like little playlists on YouTube. We were listening to like Zelda music the other day, and this lo-fi has been nice and chill though. I have a lot of flowers to sell on Nookazon. I'm gonna feel less stressed when I'm done. Oh, cool. That's nice of you to like help others and make a profit while doing so. Sometimes the flowers get really like out of hand because of like rainy days though, and if it ever becomes more trouble than it's worth, don't hesitate to just like clear them out if you need to. Alright, so let's try this one here. Maybe that'll look a little better, hopefully. Oh, Bicent. I do island tours. It's like one of the channel points redemptions, like with the little acorn points down there. I also like have a Google form available that doesn't require channel points, and that one's for both like YouTube and streams. So let me know if you're interested in one of those. But yeah, I like to draw inspiration a lot. From like real life builds and just things that I see on Pinterest. I'm becoming more and more of like a Pinterest addict, which is something kind of cute that I've noticed. I feel like every now and then y'all like find my Pinterest through stream, like pinterest.com/aforestlife, and I'll get like little follows there and stuff. And it's really cute that we can connect through Pinterest. Alright, I like that. That's a pretty good descent there. And by descent, I mean like the hill is coming downwards. And I feel like I should emphasize the valley before I start rising the trees up again. Like I should really emphasize the valley aspect of this. Very true. I have a transparent design and I've placed it down after I pick one flower up so it won't propagate. Ooh, yeah. That is really smart. I haven't even gone that far yet. I feel like I need to, but maybe when I definitely finalize my flower areas, I'll do that. Because then I'll really want to protect like the flower design, but right now, I guess I feel like the transparent patterns might be too much of a hassle while my island's still in flux. Oh, cool. I'll check it out. Thank you so much. Maybe when I like wrap up the little tree section that I'm doing right here, we can go and check out your island. Do you have anything else you'd like to share about it, about like what the theme is like and what you were going for? Although that might be in the form. I think there might be a question like that in the form. A natural theme. Yeah, I like natural themes, and I feel like it's very like interchangeable with cottage core, forest core. It's fun to list off all the cores. So let's see. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see like how this descent looks, because planted one more like tiny tree there. Does that help? Yes, it does. Yay! Ah, that looks so stylish. Like pretty much from that one illusion though. If you start like walking this way, it doesn't look as much like a hill anymore. Or wait, it kind of does. Kind of preserves as you walk along. Aw. That's good to hear. It's nice to feel like proud of your island and do some things you haven't seen other folks do before. Yeah, sometimes I actively somewhat try not to draw too much inspiration from others, because it just makes me feel a little bit bad in a way, and like I want to contribute my own like take on things. So I try to, that's part of why I love the Pinterest inspiration based on like art and real life scenery. Look at Twiggy with her little pink bow. Oh, thank you, Venus. I appreciate it. I've had like one other practice with this area. If y'all don't mind me linking to something that I always really liked this, it might be easier to link on my Tumblr, but there's this one build in Bywater that I like a lot, and I feel like I'm using a lot of the lessons that I used from that build here, but in that build, sorry, I was like multitasking, but in that build I didn't really cover up the island totally. I did leave like spaces for cypress trees to shine through and stuff. But yeah, I feel like I'm doing a very similar tree layout here that I did for that one. Oh, thank you, Marcella. It'll be definitely nice. I think it'll be fun once we move on to the lake and some of the other things with this build. But tree placement, when you do the glitches like this, it can really take a while. I wonder if that's a good spot for another of the mediums, just to continue the descent even more, or maybe that's like too much of a descent, but I feel like that's okay. All right, and what do you all think? Do you think that's too short? Maybe I should go with a slightly taller tree, or maybe we can just try them out real quick to test, go back and forth. Do you all have like a favorite size tree? I don't know why I get so into like the stage 3 trees so much. They just really seem like they work really well with forced perspective builds in particular. Need to cease my addiction with them. Mix the variety of trees and plant bushes. Aw, I appreciate the suggestion. I guess I sort of like the idea of covering up the cliffs totally, and since oaks are so bulky, that's why I specifically picked the oaks, because they like they're big and fluffy and they cover up a lot of ground, and I like the idea of trying to hide the cliffs a bit. But I see what you mean. Might look a little samey with all the oak trees, but the autumn colors definitely kind of makes it a mood too, like the autumn freeway. Isn't there like a famous road that has like lots of autumn leaves on it? Fluffy, yeah. Alright, where should I do? I admit I'm a little intimidated to go on to the second hill because I don't know exactly where it should be or like what my composition for the area should be. Like I like this first hill, but I don't know if the other one should just occupy the entire other half of the image or if I should have like two more, like follow the line of the cliffs and have like two more peaks and valleys, or if I should just have like one big one on the other side. What do you, I don't know, I guess it's hard to tell. So that's why I'm thinking of maybe either taking a break and focusing on the lake next, or because that might give me a better handle on like what my overall composition should be, like once I have the lake figured out. Yeah, maybe this is a good stopping spot or a good point to take a break with that island tour by Bicent. Let me go and check out the tour Google form. Yeah, this build will be maybe a little bit like on the weird side because I want there to be a lake stretching all the way to around here, but then I want there to be kind of like a little bit of a cliff on the foreground too, which I hope doesn't hide the background totally. You know, like I kind of want to still see the background in the distance, see the lake in the distance, but I want there to be like another cliff in the foreground. So this is going to be like a little bit of a tricky build. And that's why maybe I was talking about like holding off on doing the rest of the hills until like I know what my composition is and know where everything's gonna be. Yeah, I want like a Stonehenge in the foreground. Should we test out the Stonehenge real quick? The Stonehenge in the foreground, see how we like it. Hi, Becky. I have such fancy villagers on my island, like Rhonda and Becky. What is that bug? Got a lot of these bugs hopping around. I wonder if like my Mount Rainier build is still like a bug paradise. On my way over to get the Stonehenge, I'm gonna go see if my mountain build is still just a haven for all sorts of bugs. Oh, I see a few dragonflies out and about. Oh, look at the monarch butterfly there. Definitely not the time period I meant for the mountain build, but it still looks kind of cool in autumn. Do you have the Sanrio amiibo villagers? Yeah, I do, but not in this town. I just have the cards. Oh, thank you, Bicents. Yeah, this is just like kind of a blank slate island to have fun building things on. The Mount Rainier build, though, or that mountain build in general, like it just did kind of spark my imagination of what an entire island like that would be like. Like maybe you would just try to create Yosemite type scenes everywhere and make it look like a national park. Sorry, I'm trying to find a Stonehenge. I don't know where I dropped it. Oh, God. So this is my cypress plant dumping. This is my mush dumping. So I feel like it's somewhere over here. Ah, here it is. Yeah, the Stonehenge is really important. I want that to be somewhere in the image, whether it's in the background or foreground. A mountainous island would be cool. Yeah, it would be. I wonder if you could even play around with like, I know I just did a single mountain back there, but maybe you could use those same mountain patterns like more than once in your island. And what if the entire like back of your island like looked like that with all the simple panels and things? It's an interesting little thing to think about. Not that I'm gonna do that or anything. Alright, we must know how the Stonehenge looks in the foreground and how much it covers up of the background. Yeah, this will be kind of a tricky build to do to get like all the points of view just right, where you can like see the trees in the background, but you can also see the lake, but the Stonehenge will be here with like all the stuff going on in the foreground. I hope it turns out okay. Might be kind of hard. I'm gonna try to push the Stonehenge back and see if that makes it look better. Ah, there's like water back here. Have any of you done the Mayday puzzle yet, or the Mayday maze? Alright, let's push this one space back. The Stonehenge and its like circular structure makes me wish for other things kind of like it though. Like give me a gazebo or something. One of those cool gazebos from Pocket Camp. Alright. So yeah, I think I'll have to technically probably keep pushing the Stonehenge like a little bit closer because the trees start to get a little too low in the point of view. So I'm glad I took some time to like look at this and fiddle and consider, because I think the Stonehenge will be closer. Because the farther you get from the trees, the lower that gets. That'll be fun to play with. That stresses me out too much. I'm avoiding it for now. I don't know, I'm a little nervous. Should I stream it tomorrow? I'm notoriously bad at mazes and sometimes they can even make me antsy, so I don't know. That would be an adventure. You've been playing Spiritfarer, Marcella? Yeah, there's lots of people from the community that have been enjoying that. I love that for you all. You did the Mayday Island yesterday. It was actually a bit difficult compared to last year. Yeah, and I thought last year was kind of hard. Oh, thank you, Lauren. I really appreciate it. You too. It was really nice to meet you, and I really appreciate you hanging out that long. I plan on like carrying on this build like maybe just kind of once a week, and most of the time I like playing in my main island, so thank you so much for chilling out to this build with us. And have a good night. Oh, look at me, a little forest fairy sleeping in the forest, or sleeping in the clouds, I should say. Very whimsical sort of image here. Alright, so we're gonna do a dream code submitted through the Google form. And I'll read the description while I'm loading it up. Sevi is like living in a Japanese Zen garden. This island is very natural with all types of plants arranged in an organized way. There's a lot of waterscaping and heavy themes of embracing the natural flow. And the 4 seasons. And I'm going to pause my reading the description so I can enter the dream code. There we go. And I'll even kind of update our little informational log graphic at the bottom So I like to do that now. Now that I figured out like the text thing in OBS. Alright, so sorry for the little delay there. Gotta have my graphic, okay? But we're about to wake up in Sevi. Why can't my text just like automatically center? Gotta like find where this is and center it. There we go. If you know OBS, you know the struggle. What? This isn't yours? What did I do? Holy That's like the biggest mistake I've ever made, like on stream, I think. Or maybe not. I have had technical difficulties. I freaking entered like the wrong dream code. What the hell am I doing? Sorry. Like loaded someone else's dream code. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. I remember this town. This is bringing back memories. This is a little bit wholesome, not gonna lie. Like the reason why this town came up is because it was in my Google form. And the reason why it was on my Google form is because I have been to it before. Anyway, I could tell it's been updated since last time. It's a little wholesome to just kind of return to it again, but let's get to your island, Bison. Oh my gosh, I went to all the trouble to do that log too. Man, I'm the worst. Oof. Okay. I like the way though, like with the log, I like credited the wrong person and that's kind of awkward. I said that you were like the one that made this island. Let's just quickly erase this. Here we go. All good. Oh, and hi Toad. You're resetting soon to try to plan a new island layout. Oh, welcome in. What sort of layout are you hoping for? What sort of island in general are you hoping for? This is something I would do. Yeah, like I said, I'm not used to screwing up that bad. I think it was the Google form thing. Usually I'm good about not doing stuff like that. Today I learned that if you save a dream address and then reset the island, the dream address stays up. Yeah, that is an old tradition, like even from the New Leaf days. Back in the New Leaf days though, you had to be a bit careful because oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. Back in the New Leaf days, you had to be careful because sometimes they would erase the dream codes without anything that you did. Like they would just try to save space on the servers or whatever. I haven't really noticed that a lot with New Horizons. I don't know if they just sort of dedicate more resources to the game or think that would be like a bit of a mean move to randomly be deleting people's dream addresses, but yeah, they seem to keep them up long term, if not forever. Also, that's the way some people preserve their towns. Like in this stream today, we've talked a whole lot about like, you know, what to do if you want to keep designing, but you don't have like another Switch. And some people just sort of like build up a town, tear it down, but then save the dream address before they do. And that's a good way to kind of like still be able to visit your past islands, but move on to a new theme. It would be so hard for me to do though, because even though it's a dream address, it's not really your town anymore and can't just run around and vibe in it and experience holidays in it and stuff. Want to try a swampy thing perhaps? Haven't seen any yet, but could be wrong. Oh, that would be really cool. We've talked about swamp core before on stream. You can either do swamp core with like lots of water scaping or just like lots of water patterns. But yeah, this is someone else's island, Yuki in chat. This belongs to Bicent 2003. They saw me working on like my mountainous build and said, hey, I have a natural island, and so we do have a way that you can submit your island via Google Forms, so I thought it would be cool now that I've sort of gotten a part to my mountain that like is hard to continue on without further thought. I'm getting to a little bit of a stuck part. Thought it'd be nice to just walk around for the end of stream, do a tour of this very pretty natural town by Bicent. It feels very like rustic and small towny and you know, definitely not totally abandoned. There's definitely like civilization here, but reminds me a little bit of like an old western town. Have you all seen I've seen examples lately, like people have been doing like western themed islands, and like that's really cool to me. It's wild that you can take something like cottagecore and rustic and run it in so many different directions, whether that's like farming or western or Shire themed like my island. You can do so many different things with just the base theme of being natural. Whoa, I like that. You're really good at these kind of subtle points of view that maybe aren't as big as like looking out on a cliff over something, but just something nice and subtle, like walking over a bridge and seeing that villager home. Whoa, multiple bridges here. We stay on the Zen Bridge. Oh, and I love the silo with all the farming equipment around it, all the pumpkins. And my island's been pretty good, Toad. I've really enjoyed like making some progress on Bywater recently. Like I've been working more in my path some too, and nothing gives me a serotonin boost quite like making some progress on a path, particularly when you finish a path. That's of course the biggest serotonin boost of all. But yeah, I've been having fun with it. I'm glad to hear you're looking forward to developing your new island too. Oh, so you're from Chile and you use the flag of your country for your town flag. Oh, I like that. Nice personal touch. And I really like this interior too. There's something quite like realistic about it. The big couch to like sit down with family, and love the laptop perch there. Just really nice room. Oh, I'm glad y'all are enjoying the islands. Your beaches aren't finished. No judgment here. I have not designed a single beach in my entire New Horizons career. It's kind of ridiculous. Comfy little kitchen. Unique too, in the sense that it's so black and white. Usually when I walk into kitchens, they're kind of brownish or have some bright colors. A vintage feel? Yeah, it is vintage. I was trying to figure out the right word for it. The sun is in the perfect position too. Oh, I'll try to notice that. Oh, is this the kitchen? I think the other one was the dining room. That is a nice detail though. Sometimes in Animal Crossing you can sort of combine the two. But in real life usually there's a place where you actually eat the food, and then there's a place where you make the food. Really, really good interiors here. It all feels like the same house too. Like sometimes you walk around an Animal Crossing house and every room is like drastically different, but these all look like the same house. They even match the outside of the house is like black and white. I definitely live on this island, yeah. That's like the best test to make sure you vibe with your island. It's just that you're happy like waking up in it every day and you'd be happy to live in it. The way that toilet seat just like rose for me. Are those things for real? Like, is this like a reference to a real life phenomenon? I've never seen that like in my real life at all. I don't really believe that actually exists. Oh, and hi, Bruschetta. Love the black and white mood. Yeah. Monochrome color scheme. Oh, Eowyn, it's 4 a.m. You're having a late night. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, we're touring an island right now. It's been a really cozy one so far. Looks like there's a birthday party down here. Aw. Definitely has a different vibe from the rest of the house. Did you kind of experience a birthday recently? Did you set up a room specifically for your birthday? Yeah, because up here we're back to the monochrome aesthetic with all the homey touches. You're really good at like the knickknacks, like having just the right knickknacks scattered here and there, like the matryoshka and the sword. Makes it look very real, and even the suitcase like on top of the wardrobe. I totally do stuff like that with my suitcases. Like I try to shove them under or on top of things because that takes up space in your living space. Gotta shove that up somewhere. Oh, it was your sister's birthday and you made like a little birthday party for her? That's adorable. And let me notice the sun in just the right spot, like Rhinestone said. Yeah, I can see it setting in the west there. Oh, look at your beautiful yard. I love like wooden decks like this made with patterns. Want to live on this island? Yeah, it's so cozy, comfy. Really strong color scheme too, of like orange and brown and black and white with touches of green. Yeah, this is an interesting part of autumn where like the grass is still kind of green, but the colors of fall are definitely going on in the trees. This is like an interesting little use of an incline. It takes you up to kind of this overlook spot where you can look down on the road below and kind of see the neighborhood on the other side. Time to delete my island now. No! So woodsy. Yeah, I like it too. A lot of these natural paths as well. I feel like I'm getting kind of lost in the best way amongst all the winding path. There's so many different ways to get to like everywhere on this island. Like all the paths are kind of connected. This is one of my favorite houses. I love Rosie's house. Isn't it pretty? The little like curvy what do you call that on the door? I don't know. I was about to say I like the ironwork on the door, I guess. You got an empty plot? Because rhinestones and boxes. Come invite me. That's adorable. That's like such a good line too, like, got an empty plot? Because I'm in boxes. I want to see that like materialize as like a one-liner. Who lives here? They really match the vibe of your island. Autumn is probably the most beautiful season. I do really like it. In some of the older games, did you know that autumn was sometimes my least favorite because the grass changes a million times in autumn? And back in the old games, we didn't have transparency. So if you tried to blend in your paths with the grass at all, you would have to like edit it every time. It was so annoying. And then transparency came and is our Lord and Savior. Man, never forget the days before transparency. You all like, you know, thank your lucky stars we have that. Is this like a little villager marketplace or flea market or just like a little garden shop to... Ooh, I see more stuff up here. I want to go up there. Looks like more like wooden deck type landscaping. Is this like a tavern or... Yeah, it kind of has like tavern vibes, like you walked into this place where maybe you can grab some tea or some pizza or whatever, listen to some live music and read a book. The comfiest little tavern ever. Love all the wooden patios. Yeah, I was thinking of maybe using them some in my Shire-themed island, like occasionally giving a villager like a wooden porch or something like that. I think it works really well with these natural islands. Oh, look at this cozy little cliff spot. Oh, this is your first Animal Crossing game and you're in love. Well, I can tell you're really vibing and enjoying creating your world, and you've done such a great job. Oh, I love the backwards waterfalls like that. I feel like sometimes they're underrated because it's like the forward waterfalls that you can actually see tumble down, but those look so nice too, the ones that like go off on the other side of the cliff. Loving all the winding roads here in this area and just the mixture of foliage and flowers. So many like random pumpkins everywhere, which I love. Ooh, I want to get down to the mushroom. Can I hop? Aha. I still can't really get over there though. Maybe it's just meant to be an aesthetic mushroom. Oh yeah, this town is cozy, and I really admire too the way like even though you stuck to a very consistent aesthetic throughout. Ah, here's the aesthetic mushroom. Or is it? Where is the aesthetic mushroom? Ah, there it is. Well, what I was about to say before I got distracted by the mushroom was this town does use a lot of the same like building blocks because New Horizons has like a limited catalog, but just notice how Bison uses like the building blocks in different ways all the time, or just scatters them in such a way that it looks natural that they're repeated. Because if you think about it, like a rustic town like this would maybe have like lots of wells scattered around for folks that live in different parts of the island and have their own well to drink out of. You don't have to feel like you can only use like one silo or one well per item, especially if you're trying to stick to a consistent aesthetic throughout the whole thing. Oh, wow. Something about this might be my favorite spot of all. I think it's the fact that you can see so much stuff in the distance, but so much stuff in the foreground. I really like that like little wooden path that you can see down below. Really nice area right here. I love this spot. So cozy. A little bee farm too. Hi Felicity. Oh, I should look at your map and your villagers, see who you have. Oh wow, interesting map. I wasn't expecting it to look like this. It feels so natural when you walk around, but some of the river work physically like looks blocky, but then you walk around and everything just feels so natural. Oh, look at the honey shop. Have some tea and honey. Oh, precious. And oh, even more bee stuff over here. It's quite a narrow pathway to get to. Just feels like a botany oasis. Look at all these plants and the silo. I love the orchard too, Iris. Wasn't there a rumor on Twitter that fence customization is coming? Was there? I hesitate to even get my hopes up, Toad. That would be amazing. But yeah, I haven't heard anything like that for certain, but I know a lot of people have, you know, voiced many a time that that would be so easy for them to do. Just, you know, add it to the customization catalog, have us pay a few customization kits, and change that brown fence to white. Like, it would make so much sense. I just found cocoa on an island and I just cannot. Oh, in a good way or bad way? People used to always think Coco was like scary. I remember growing up, people would be like, oh, Coco, she's scary. But I feel like she's like everyone's favorite now. Everyone loves Coco. There was a reference for it in the code added in this update. Gab. What? Apparently, fence customization was part of a recent data mine, but I'm not getting my hopes up since we have yet to see other things that were data mined in the past. Oh my gosh, I'm shook. That's amazing. That would be big. That would be like pattern slot expansion big. I am... You're seeing my like real processing reaction here. I hadn't heard about that. How did I not hear about this news? Oh, that's so exciting. You know what I want so bad then? Like make every fence like super customizable. Like there's this one that I like a lot that's called the iron and stone fence. And it's like very gray though, and it's at the same time though perfect for elegant core islands. So it's just so painful that sometimes it doesn't match your color scheme, even though it's like perfect in other ways. Like imagine like a less gloomy looking iron and stone fence, one that's like white. That would be so nice. How we hated the dirt paths in the old Animal Crossing games. Well, at least I did. Now I have it on my island too. Looks really good on this island. Yeah, I've never been against the dirt paths personally, but sometimes the ways that you had to go about getting them in the older games were very tedious, having to run on your island too many times in New Leaf and then in City Folk. A lot of people just like accidentally ended up with deserts because it was almost too sensitive. Like if you just like ran around and enjoyed your island at all, it's like your whole town was dirt. Oh, and hi, Pasta. Welcome in. Did you hear about this mysterious fence customization data mining, Pasta? Am I the only one that didn't know? Oh, that's amazing. And I think I might have explored this island to the fullest at this point. I'm not like totally positive though. I might just kind of wander around and vibe for a few minutes. I don't know if I hopped over here. Oh yeah, it's a cool way you can pan up and look at that. The fire. If we do get it, all my fences will be replaced by white picket fences. Oh, you know, it's been a while since I've seen Amethyst, Venus. Do you normally use the brown picket fence? I'll definitely be using some white fences though, because that's like the one thing that we're really sorely missing is more just like plain white fencing. We don't have plain white bushes either, but the game gives us lots of white items to work with otherwise. We even get white street lights, but we can't have matching fences. It's really painful what they did to us with the lack of white fences. Hopefully it'll be remedied soon. Des, I've actually heard that before. That's so funny. But in general, everyone's like, oh, Coco's my little gyroid forest queen. I got told new amiibo cards are getting made. Apparently 100 more new ones. That's big news too. I thought maybe a handful more. Like technically, wouldn't they only just need like ones for Raymond and Audie and those ones like Sherb? Pasta with the sweating emote. Yeah, I hope so too, Iris. Venus is right though about like having not much hope because of past data mining not coming true, but at the same time, like I feel like that doesn't mean that we won't ever get these things. Like ceiling items was another thing found in the data mine, but I bet it is coming. I don't know why like it takes so long, but I'm not gonna judge. I'm not a game dev, but I bet we'll see it in some of the updates this year. Or maybe they plan on just doing like a really big update at some point, because I kind of feel like they're really hooked on these holiday ones. So maybe they're just gonna combine all these like non-holiday ones into one update. I don't know. Sprinkle them around. The wedding fence is the closest thing to a white fence, which is harsh. Yeah. It's not always usable, though, depending on your theme. Oh, thank you again for submitting your island bison. We did all enjoy it. I really like the way when you wake up at the town hall, it almost feels like you woke up in a farm or something, all the corral fencing around it. There were 103 amiibo slots that were skipped in the amiibo IDs, so it's possible there will be more Animal Crossing amiibo. What would they be though? Would they be new villagers or old ones? Or like bringing back even more of the like old ones, like, I don't know, I can't name them off the top of my head. There were some from the GameCube that weren't brought back. I think part of it's the way they're stretching out the updates, because I know Nintendo said they wanted to update the game consistently for 3 years. I have mixed feelings like that. Like on one hand, I'm happy that they're gonna keep updating it for 3 years, maybe a better chance that the community will continue remaining pretty active. But at the same time, like, I don't really want to wait that long for things like ceiling items and white fences. I want to have like all these creative things at my disposal to work with right now. But, oh well. Ceiling items would be so good, like in Happy Home. They would. Although sometimes I feel like in Happy Home they were like awkwardly just floating. Floating in your line of sight. And hi J-Bean, welcome in. Great to see you. And thanks for the island hype. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. It is a total vibe and really feels like you took a vacation to a rustic town, and it must be lovely to wake up in and play every day. I really wish that the updates were all new content and not things that we had in previous games. True. Yeah, like I don't really like the way that we're still waiting for minigames. I'm still really hopeful that we will get minigames. I'll be so hyped for that, but like a New Leaf, they were there on day one. Makes me have more appreciation for like some of these older games just being fully fleshed out on release. But I know it's not just Nintendo that does that. Like a lot of gaming companies do this now. I want more tables. Like I know I use benches and stools as tables, but I don't wanna. Yeah. One of the good like fake tables is actually called, I think, the log bench or the log. I don't know. It's like one of the log things. Technically is like a bench, but it looks a lot like a table. This thing. That reminds me early on in my New Horizons experience, we actually had like a table catalog party. Just out of sheer frustration for that. So yeah, this build will be interesting. I'm not sure whether to have the Stonehenge like in the foreground totally, or maybe I should find a place for it to be like on the other side of the lake, and that would look better to see it at a distance. But I'm trying to figure out the right sort of experimentation that'll help me figure out its placement. I think the theory about the amiibo is that the welcome amiibo cards will be remade along with the new villagers and NPCs. Oh, okay. So there's new NPCs as well, like the dodo birds. And also, I guess the welcome amiibo ones all have vans, so that's like not acceptable now. So they're gonna have to redo those. I'd don't know, if they just remake the Welcome Amiibo ones, I might not buy them if my old ones continue to work, you know? Because I already have the Welcome Amiibo ones. I want Captain over Brewster because of the games. Yeah, me too. Like, I know we've been talking about my Candyland multiplayer island today, but I don't really want to have to do that in order to play mini games with you all. Okay, so that Stonehenge does look pretty good from a distance. When I visualize this area, though, I envision the Stonehenge in the foreground. Maybe I can do like a mixture of both. Definitely have to experiment with things a bit more. Oh, Yuki, I'm so sorry. There isn't a kitty. I'll redeem those points for you soon, Yuki. I want some of the Pocket Camp sets. Some of them look so good, and we're just sitting there like, yeah, yeah. I saw one the other day that made me want to cry. It had like gazebos and like golden trees and stuff, like making me want to create like Lothlorien from the Lord of the Rings or something. It was so good. The Welcome Amiibo cards were canceled so fast. I'd love if they remade them because those are the only cards I'm missing. Oh yeah, are they hard to get now, Venus? That makes sense. Just like reissuing them for folks that didn't get them, yeah. Pocket Camp has the hydrangeas event right now and it's so pretty. I should look that up. I don't know if I know which one that is off the top of my head. I try almost not to keep up with Pocket Camp because it's too depressing. Like, you just get to look at all the pretty furniture you can't have, so I don't go out of my way to like look up Pocket Camp stuff. They could just re-release the cards. Yeah. But I guess remaking them to not have like the RV theme. The RV theme was like very specific to the New Leaf days, so I can understand if they want to let that go. Made an entire Japan temple from scratch, and there's a whole set for it. Painful. Are you talking about the Toby set? Oh, I'm sorry, Des. Oh, yeah. I just changed that the other day. I'll type it out for you. The reason why is because I want my Animal Crossing Instagram to be like a forest life, because that's more relevant to the sort of content I create on Twitch. So I'm trying to maybe move the A Forest Life name over to my Animal Crossing Instagram, but that's going to take some time because the username doesn't free up right away. It takes a little time to go back into the pool. But thank you, Des. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, the Phoebe Pocket Camp stuff? Oh, gotcha. Use the Toby stuff for something else. Yeah, the Toby stuff's pretty good too. I guess, you know, we did get some fun stuff sort of recently. You know, we did get, the Sanrio, and we got more pattern slots. You don't have to look too far back in memory to see some fun updates we've had lately, but I think a lot of people were hoping that the fun would continue, and kind of slowed down with this latest update. The Welcome Amiibo cards are super overpriced, unfortunately, but for regular ones, only popular villagers would be expensive. But for the Welcome Amiibos, it's all of them. Oh no. I'm sorry, Venus. If you ever kind of need like anything from those, like if you need to scan in one of those villagers or something, feel free to hit me up. But I know for you it might just also be a collection thing, like you probably want them for your collection. Yeah, Etsy is a great way to get like knockoff of the Sanrios and stuff. So I guess I should try to mimic what I did for this other hill if I'm gonna experiment with where to put my next hill at. Oh, good night, Ryan. Thank you for being here. It's lovely to have you and catch up and everything. I'm just trying to see like if I like where that tree is as far as like another peak to the mountain. I want pom-pom items for a cute kitchen. What do you mean by pom-pom items, Toad? Is that like a character I don't know? I still really like the idea of that Stonehenge in the foreground. I feel like I should try to make it work, or maybe just be resigned to the fact that the tree line won't be super visible from some angles because the Stonehenge will be in the foreground, but you'll still kind of see it in the distance, I think. Want them mostly for the collector aspect. I got lucky and I found Dobie in just a few tickets and got Gonzo from Nookazon. Ah, cool. I remember your old, like, long villager hunting streams. Are those days over, Venus? Have you had a Ruby long villager hunt lately? I couldn't handle it, man. I know a lot of people like the villager hunt stuff, but I couldn't handle like those 1,000 ticket hunts or 500. I had like a 200 ticket hunt and I was like dying. It's not a happy camper. Pom-pom purring. Oh, pom-pom. Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't register that like shortening. It sounded familiar though. We'll never hunt again. Very relatable. The 1,000 villager hunt for Ruby. Ruby, come home. Alright, let's try one right over here. The Ruby hunt took it all out of me. Yeah, you gotta just be tired of the motions at that point. Be going a little crazy at that point. And I deleted that island and avoided her. Aw, well, the heart wants what the heart wants, and Citronella is really beautiful. Citronella is Venus's new island. Used to have like a Sailor Moon island that Ruby, who we're talking about, was a part of. Oh, my Nook. Yeah, I also I also have the Sanrio set if anyone's like in desperate need for any of that stuff. It's really sweet to see the community help each other out though. So I'm gonna hop up here. Oh, I can do the tree glitch even closer. What am I doing? I moved Ruby onto Amethyst, but I just did it the easy way with her amiibo. Yeah, that was the funny thing. Such a long hunt, and you already had her amiibo. You gave your Ruby a Sailor Moon greeting. Yeah, I like that more and more people are catching on to the Moon Bunny myth with Ruby. I feel like when I first was in the Animal Crossing community, it wasn't the most well-known phenomenon. Like, overall, that myth is a little obscure, like, sort of like how we see the man in the moon. The Japanese have, like, the rabbit making mochi cakes on the moon. That's what they see. And Sailor Moon is kind of a reference to that because she has, like, the... sort of like a bunny rabbit, she has the ponytails on either side of her face. Usagi also means bunny, quite literally, so you can see how Ruby would be perfect for a Sailor Moon Island. Diana's based off of the Roman goddess? Oh, I don't know if I quite knew that. That's really cool. I've always really liked Diana's house, though. I kind of feel like she has like one of the best villager houses. And it's one of the few villager houses, in my opinion, that didn't like take a hit with New Horizons. I feel like the New Horizons villager homes just aren't super impressive. I don't know why. I don't know why they couldn't do like a better job. I sound so like complaining right now. Like, I don't know why they couldn't do a better job of the villager homes, but they did a good job with Diana's at least. Ah, really, Iris? Practice makes perfect, and you've seen me struggle with it some before too. It seems so random. Like, I've thought about trying to make my own YouTube video on the 4th tier glitch, in which maybe I would try to highlight other things about the glitch other than just tutorialing it, like maybe show you like ways you could use it and layer all your tiers and stuff, but I don't know exactly what I would say in the video as far as timing, because it feels like it's like random every time, like when it works and when it doesn't. Like, you know, right now it's randomly not working, but I'm sure it'll work in a second. Like, I can't really pinpoint what's different about the timing when it works and when it doesn't. I really enjoyed doing the Sailor Moon theme, but I think it would have been better for a standalone build like this, because I didn't have the juice to base a whole island around it. Aha, interesting. That is fascinating. I know what you mean about the juice for a whole island. So this will be fun to do things like that now that I'm thinking more about it, like, you know, Spirited Away theme build, but, you know, don't have the juice to do a whole Spirited Away island. Things like that. There's so many possibilities here. In the myth, she turns a guy into a deer for watching her bathe, and her house is kind of a bathhouse. Whoa, my mind is blown. Was her name Diana, like in the myth? I feel kind of dumb for not knowing this. Ah, that's amazing. Yeah, I've known that she has like that bathhouse theme for a while that stayed pretty consistent. I know someone who purposefully put Diana near like a lot of waterfalls, and it works really well thematically with like the whole bathhouse theme. Do you know anything else like that, Hydra? That was news to me. Oh no, I did that wrong. Oh, I did it backwards. I'm so sad. Do you see that? I did it backwards. Oh no, maybe it's time to go to bed if I make a mistake like that. Because it's the tree that's forward that needs to be on the edge, and like these two need to be on the sides. That's how you create a peak. I can't believe I did that wrong. Y'all should have yelled at me. Blaming my chat for my mistakes. Oh god. Yeah, I really hope this build turns out well, and I really appreciate you all hanging out with the beginning of it. I know the beginning of any sort of terraforming build is kind of tedious. I noticed that with my mountain build over there too. You have to do a lot of like bulk terraforming at first, but then eventually you get to the part where you can, you know, do the fun stuff. You were just vibing. Yeah, I'm sure you were like, oh yeah, she knows what she's doing. No. I look forward to making my little fawn patterns and Art Nouveau patterns and all that though, and I have quite a few patterns on my to-do list right now, just to reel them off. I want to finish my mountain patterns. I've actually gotten some requests that some people want to use those mountain patterns, and I shudder to think what their reaction will be once they actually like see them all and like all their hideous glory. But and then I want to make some patterns for like a medieval tavern build, because I'm thinking of making like a pub over in my Shire theme town by water. And then I have like these patterns for this build, and I have all my paths. So I'm trying to dedicate like 2 nights a week to like working on patterns right now. What's everyone's favorite snooty villager? Need suggestions? Oh, we were talking about Diana earlier. If you have like an elegant core island or just want like a very pretty looking snooty. My favorite as far as like looking very cute, like I really like Eloise, the yellow elephant. I also, you know, I love kitties, love me some kitties. So Olivia's really good for that too. I've also really always felt like Olivia has super expressive eyes. She makes really good expressions with how big her eyes are. But there's a lot of good snooties. Tasha, Tiffany, Cashmere, Judy, Opal, Whitney. Oh, Whitney. How could I forget the classic from the Animal Crossing movie? Oh, Yuka. I often forget about her, the fellow blue koala. Oh no, here it is. It's like, where did my thing go? Cashmere's a sweetie. She has a granny vibe. Oh, do you think she's supposed to be like a granny that's like grumpy and that's why she's a snooty? They like to do that sometimes, like kind of have a different take on what the villager represents. Come on. I hope they never patch this glitch, please. What if they like bring us the island tour update finally to go and play mini games and then they like patch all my favorite glitches? Yay, finally. I hate when it takes me a little while. Still love Anka. Oh yes, Queen Anka. You like all the mythology villagers, don't you? Hydra? And Hydra as a name, I know that's like a constellation that might be rooted in mythology too. Ah, Francine, yeah, she's a good one. Paired with Chrissy. She's a fashionable granny. Love all these headcanons for villagers. Need one more large young hardwood. There we go. Feel like they could have patched it a long time ago, but you never know with Nintendo. Yeah. They've been leaving it alone for a while. Ooh, you have a fantasy themed island, Hydra? I'd love to see it like when you're comfortable or done with it, with an island tour similar to the one we did earlier. I kind of have a fantasy island too. It has a lot of fantasy tropes like a castle and whatnot. I'm gonna try to check up on that island tomorrow for May Day. Oh gosh, I don't know if I can handle May Day though. I'll have to be brave for that. Maybe I'll do it at the like end of stream, so if I get too stressed out I can just like bail. I've heard some people say they got frustrated by it. It's ready but pretty long to tour. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it up to you then. Yeah, I'd love to see it sometime. So there's the start of like a new hill. Maybe you could kind of see it descending down to that other one. Maybe that's good. And yeah, hopefully this will come out nice and cute one day. I think I better start to get ready for bed though. And I'll see you all tomorrow for look at Colton. I'll see you all tomorrow for hopefully like another stream of New Horizons, checking up on Bywater and Athalia, my actual islands that are more fleshed out and aren't just standalone builds like this. But I have high hopes for this one, and I hope it turns out okay. We'll see where the trial and error process will take us. Oh, thank you for checking out the build on the way out video. Yeah, that mood board is everything. I hope I can do a good job with it. Good night, Venus. And good night, Iris. Good night, Marcella. Oh, thank you all so much for being here. I was nervous about starting a new build and uncertain, so I'm also getting all coffee at the end of stream. Lovely. Good night, Junksland and Heart and Rhinestone. And good night, Hydra. Love to see that fantasy island one day. I really appreciate everyone, and have a wonderful night. If you want to keep in touch on Discord, here's the link. It's a nice way to stay in touch off stream and keep track of like announcements and whatnot. Do y'all want to go on a raid? Say hi to another streamer? I think I want to introduce you all to a streamer that I really admire and like, and they're really like cozy good Animal Crossing decorator too, but they're playing Pokemon Snap right now because that's the game of the day. So let's go and say hi to Hailey and Leah. Oh, I'm sorry, Pazio. Oh, it's great to see you though, friend. Yeah, I hope you have a great night too, Pazio. We're about to go on a raid, and yeah, this was like my mountain build, but we started to work on like a lake one today. Hopefully we'll carry it on next week. And go and say hi to Hailey and Leah for me, and see what Pokemon snaps they take of their island. And bye everyone. Good night, Yuki and Pazio, Marcella. Oh, and good night, Mercy and Des. Sorry, I'm trying to manage everything. Bye.